All right, we're going to start the Horse Heaven Wind Farm adjudication this morning. Good morning, Chair Drew. We're going to have Andrea Grantham take a roll call of the council and make sure everybody's here. So I'm going to ask Andrea Grantham to do that now.
Starting off with the FSEC chair.
Present.
Department of Commerce.
Present.
Department of Ecology.
Eli Levitt, present.
Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Mike Livingston, present.
Department of Natural Resources.
Lenny Young, present.
Utilities and Transportation Commission.
Stacy Brewster, present.
And for the Horse Heaven project, Department of Agriculture. And Benton County. That is everyone, Judge.
Did we get Benton County, Mr. Brost?
I'm not, he didn't call in present, but I can email him and see if he is in.
All right, let's make sure we have our Benton County representative and then we'll proceed with the checking in of the parties.
Since email isn't as quick, would you like me to try to give him a call? I have his number.
See if Mr. Wadsworth is on the line. Yeah, try to get. If Mr. Brost is not able to be here, we'll have to have him review the transcript of the recording.
Okay, I'll give him a quick call.
All right, while staff's reaching out to our Benton County Council representative and member, let me have the applicant state for the record again during the adjudicative hearing portion, not our housekeeping this morning, who's present for the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. No echo. That's great. Thank you, Your Honor. Tim McMahon here on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Emily Schimmelfennig and Ariel Stavitsky, and we are here and ready.
All right, for Benton County.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ken Harper with Z Foster for Benton County.
And Council for the Environment.
Sarah Reineveld is here for Council for the Environment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning. And for the Yakima Nation.
Shona Volkers on behalf of the Aqua Nation, joined by my colleagues Ethan Jones and Jessica Houston.
And for Tri-Cities Cares.
Good morning, Your Honor and council members. Richard Ramberger, representing Tri-City Cares, the local community organization. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Good morning, council members and Chair Drew. Today, we're going to be adopting some testimony from Jessica Wadsworth and Christopher Wiley. We'll be focusing on land use issues and the conditional use permit that the applicant will be seeking. And that will be trying to look at how Benton County might have done this and having FSEC focus on what conditions, if any, should be imposed for a conditional use permit if this project is to be recommended for approval. That'll come much later in the process after all evidence is in. This morning, and almost every day, I'm going to ask you about ex parte communications you may have had with anybody outside of the council about this project. And I'm not going to go as a poll, but if you have had any, I'll ask you to speak up, identify what the conversation was, maybe what the substance was, and put it on the record so that all parties understand you may have had a contact or somebody asked you about this project, and we go from there. So Chair Drew and council members, does anybody want to put on the record today any ex parte communications they may have had about the Horse Heaven project? All right, hearing none. That may change as the course of the adjudication goes on. I know that there's going to be more press coverage. You may get a phone call. Those are the kind of things that I'm asking you, and those that were detailed in the guide to ex parte communications that was circulated last week. And I think you all got training on that particular administrative and appearance of fairness concern when you first got appointed to the council. All right, having no ex parte communications to report today, do we have our Benton County Council member?
So I called Mr. Brost and he said he is running a tad late, but he will be calling in. I informed him that he will just need to review the recording of today's hearing at the beginning of what he misses.
All right, maybe he'll be here by the time we get to cross-examination of Leslie McLean. All right, at this time, do we have Jessica Wadsworth?
I'm here.
Good morning, Ms. Wadsworth. I'm going to swear you in, and then I'm going to ask your sponsoring attorney to go ahead and have you identify which exhibits you're adopting. And I'll put you under oath to do that. And I don't believe there's any cross-examination scheduled for you. I'll just confirm that, and then we'll get you on your way.
Thank you.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you, Jessica Wadsworth, solemnly swear or affirm that all testimony you'll present to this council and adopt today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Mr. McMahon, I'm going to turn Ms. Wadsworth over to you to identify all of the exhibits she's sponsoring in for this record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tim McMahon here, and Ms. Wadsworth is sponsoring exhibit 1034-R.
All right, and that's what I have on my scorecard as well. So, Ms. Wadsworth, do you adopt that testimony today? And if
Yes.
so, are there any changes or updates to it?
I don't believe so.
All right, there are no changes. Does any council change their mind about cross-examination that needs to speak up? Do members of the council, having reviewed Ms. Wadsworth's testimony, have any questions for Ms. Wadsworth? All right, hearing none, Ms. Wadsworth, from the council either, then we're going to let you go at this time, and I appreciate you being here this morning to adopt your testimony. All right, we'll see if our next witness, Mr. Wiley, Christopher Wiley, is present. And I believe this is going to be exhibit 1035R. All right, Mr. Wiley, I'm going to see if I
Morning,
can
Your Honor.
get you on the screen there. All right, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, it's Monday. We'll see how this goes. All right, I think you probably heard me swear in Ms. Wadsworth, and we'll do the same process for you. Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you, Christopher Wiley, solemnly swear or affirm that all testimony you'll present in the course of your pre-filed testimony is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Mr. McMahon, if you'll inquire again as to any changes or updates.
No, Your Honor, no changes or updates to either testimony. Thank you.
And Mr. Wiley, everything that you've turned in is as best information that we have for the council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel for the parties, I don't think there was any scheduled cross-exam. Has anything changed in that regard? All right, Chair Drew and council members, any questions for Mr. Wiley on what he submitted? All right, hearing none, this is going as quickly as I had hoped, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Mr. Wiley, thank you for being present this morning. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we have Leslie McLean already present?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. I'm sharing a
Counsel?
screen.
All right. So council, what I think we'll do is go ahead and get Ms. McLean sworn in and have Mr. McMahon go over all of the exhibit numbers that we're talking about, and we'll just get started a little bit early. Has Mr. Brost happened to have joined us at this time? All right, we'll find out when Mr. Brost joins us and make a note of the time if exact as we can get it, so we know that the Benton County council member can know what he's missed and what he needs to review. All right, good morning, Leslie McLean. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, I'm going to swear you in, and then we'll have Mr. McMahon actually list the exhibits this time. So if you'll raise your right hand. Do you, Leslie McLean, solemnly swear or affirm that all the pre-filed testimony you've turned in and all the answers you'll give today under cross-examination will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. McMahon, we'll probably go on mute here and let you have her adopt the testimony, and then we'll start, Mr. Harper, with you in cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McLean, can you first just quickly state your background and tell us about yourself?
Sure. Again, my name is Leslie McLean. I live in White Salmon, Washington. I'm a senior land use planner and project manager at Tetra Tech, which is an environmental permitting and consulting and engineering firm that works in primarily our team works in the energy industry.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. So first, the exhibits, we have exhibit 1023R through exhibit 1030 and 1040R. Does that reflect your honor's list of the exhibits as well?
I'm just confirming the 1040. Correct. The 1040R is the reply testimony. All the others came in responsive testimony. So 1023, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 were all in the response, and 1040R in the reply. All right, those are all before the council at this time and subject to cross-exam.
Right.
Anything else from the applicant before we get started?
Well, and I'm just, kind of trying to remember how this has gone previously, but I do believe that Ms. McLean would indicate that she is and has adopted both her rebuttal testimony
Response.
and her reply testimony, yes.
All right. And Ms. McLean, any updates that you want to speak to in a few moments before you adopt all of those exhibits?
No updates.
All right, Mr. Harper, I'm going to turn to you, and I'll ask everyone else to mute microphones while Mr. Harper does his cross-exam, and Mr. McMahon, you'll be able to make any objections with the shared screen there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Council members, I assume I'm coming across clearly enough?
Yes.
Good. Ms. McLean, it's nice to meet you. I represent Benton County in this matter, and this is my opportunity to ask you questions that relate to the pre-filed testimony you provided in this case. What I'd like to do, Ms. McLean, is focus particularly on the conditional use permit criteria in the Benton County Code. And I want to talk to you about your position on behalf of Scout regarding those CUP criteria. And I really want to focus, Ms. McLean, on the relationship of the CUP criteria to the council's task in this adjudication. So there are code provisions that you've testified to that may or may not be germane, but the council members have your testimony and they can go back and of course they can review those code provisions in detail. I'm going to focus a little bit more on a higher level, I think. The county, of course, has concerns about compatibility, and I want to walk you through what some of our concerns are based on. Does this all make sense to you so far?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And also, Ms. McLean, I'll tell you that to a great extent, I want to try to keep it moving, keep it snappy. I don't want to, we may not agree, but I don't want to, make our disagreements the focus of the council's time this morning. So I think it'll be helpful if I share some exhibits as we go along. These will be documents that you've either seen before or certainly have had access to. And Judge Torm, what I'd like to do now is share my screen and introduce a couple of exhibits. Do I have permission to do that?
Certainly, and then we'll try to confirm everybody can see that.
Okay. So Ms. McLean, the first thing that I would like to talk with you about is bear with me here a moment. Okay, Your Honor, we've hit our first snag, Judge.
All right, let's see if we can work through that.
Are you seeing my screen, Your Honor?
It appears that you've now shared, but I'm not seeing anything on your screen. At first, there looked like there was a document and it flickered black.
Okay, you don't have chapter 1117 in front of you at this point?
No, it looked like it flickered up, but it did not stay up.
Okay. I don't understand the problem, Your Honor.
Why don't we stand by for a minute and we'll see if we can get FSEC staff to display the exhibit if we have it.
The exhibits have been filed with FSEC, Your Honor. We did that just a few moments ago, so we should have a backup here in case.
Yeah, I think I saw your screen. Is that ours or was that theirs? So, Mr. Harper, why don't you try that one more time? Because I saw your screen come up now. There it is.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever magic you did worked.
All right.
Ms. McLean, can you see the chapter
So that-
11.17?
For the record, Judge Torm, this is actually Lisa Massigale, so I'm the one sharing the exhibit right now. So I'll just need instructions for when I need to go to a particular page or a particular section or zoom in or zoom out, etc. Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Massengale's working her magic. We'll see if we can make it so that Ms. McLean can read it. We'll probably need to magnify that a little bit, Ms. Massengale. All right, let's see if we can let that. That's at 100%. That looks good. Mr. Harper, can you see the exhibit that you were looking at?
I can, Your Honor, and this is why we wanted to make sure and get these filed as well. So excellent. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Massengale. I think we can work on this basis. Ms. McLean, you're having no difficulty seeing that?
No, I can see it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, Ms. McLean, you recognize what this is, of course. This is the Benton County Code, Chapter 1117. This is the basic chapter of the Benton County Code that identifies the zoning district that is relevant to the Scout application. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, and just for clarity, is this the version of the code that was in that was adopted at the time that the application was submitted?
No, actually, this is the current version, and I will show you the prior version here in just a moment. Ms. Massengale, if you could focus the screen on 1117.010, the purpose statement. Thank you. Ms. McLean, I'll represent to you that the purpose statement of the chapter 1117, the GMAAD Agricultural Zoning District, has not changed. I understand your point that you alluded to a moment ago, that when Scout made this application, of course, there was a version of the code that allowed the Scout application as a conditional use. That's changed. But this purpose statement has not changed. And what I'd like you to do, Ms. McLean, rather, is just acknowledge, if you will, that the code contains a purpose statement that we can all see here, and that the purpose statement of the GMAAD has been identified as Benton County, or by Benton County, as limiting uses or activities therein as far as non-agricultural purposes to those that are compatible with agriculture, and sort of commensurately also by establishing minimum lot sizes, et cetera, suitable for agricultural purpose. Do we agree, Ms. McLean, that that is the purpose statement that that orients us to the Benton County GMAAD zoning district?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So, Ms. McLean, you pointed out that that the zoning code that Scout applied under is different in some respects, not the purpose statement, but it's different in some respects to the current code, correct?
Correct.
And the difference is, as I alluded to earlier, that in the former code that was modified in December of 2021, a facility like Scouts was identified as a conditional use. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's have Ms. Massengale, if you will, please go to Exhibit 8, or also known as Benton Exhibit 2012. Very good. And if you will, Ms. Massengale, it has internal pagination. You could go down to page 7 of 13. You'll see those in the bottom right-hand corner. Okay, very good. Now, I wonder if it's possible, Ms. Massengale, you're on the correct page, and I appreciate that very much, but I wonder if it's possible to, I don't know if it can be made full screen, or maybe, yeah. Why don't we do this? Why don't we focus on the bottom third of the page? It's probably the most efficient way to emphasize this. Okay, so Ms. McLean, there's a certain limit to how much time I think we all want to spend on laying a foundation for each document. This is, I'll just represent you, this is the ordinance of Benton County, ordinance number 634, that established in April of 2021 the conditional use permit uses, if you will, prior to the version that I showed you a moment ago. So this would be the version that includes wind energy facilities and solar facilities as a potential conditional use. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense.
And if we wanted to, in fact, let's go ahead and do it, because I don't want you guessing about what I'm showing you. That's not fair to you. But Ms. Massengale, if you could go down a couple of pages to internal page 9. There we go. That's good. Ms. McLean, your testimony emphasizes subsection T of the Benton County Code that formerly existed. That's the subsection that you've testified authorizes wind turbine farms and related support structures, and includes solar facilities as well. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So what I'd like to point out here, Ms. McLean, is that if we scroll up, Ms. Massengale, although subsection T, and you can go on up to page 7 at the bottom, Ms. Massengale, very good. Although subsection T made allowances for wind energy facilities as a conditional use, can you agree with me, Ms. McLean, that the other conditional uses that are established under what was in the ordinance, at least as section 3, it was later codified under 1117. Those uses all are focused on agricultural activities or activities that are closely related to agriculture. And I'll give you a chance to look at this as we go along. But as a general proposition, do you agree with that observation, Ms. McLean?
Can we scroll down and look through all the uses that are listed to help?
Certainly.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'll speak as we go. So we see feedlots, dairies, and then as Ms. McLean suggested, let's scroll on down. Transportation of agricultural products, rodeo arenas, agriculturally based recreation and sales facilities, crop dusting airstrips, spray fields related to on-site processing of agricultural products, dairy spray fields, that sort of thing. We find some aberrations. We find solid waste disposal sites, off-site hazardous waste, asphalt manufacture, farm labor housing, agricultural production of biodiesel, ethanol type products. You see these, Ms. McLean, of course?
Yes.
And keep going, Ms. Massengale, you're doing great. All right. Storage facilities for agricultural machinery, storage facilities for agricultural chemicals, So again, to come back to the point of the question, Ms. McLean, acknowledging subsection T made allowances for wind turbine farms. The majority of the conditional uses that Benton County allowed at this time were agricultural in emphasis. Do you agree with that?
I would agree the majority, but there are obviously other uses in addition to wind turbine facilities that are not agriculturally related that were conditionally allowed in the GMAAD.
Yeah, I think we are in agreement on that. So let's change gears a little bit. I think we've established a little bit about the Benton County Code regarding conditional uses in GMAAD in terms of the characterization of those uses. Let's talk a little about the process now. The point I'd like to draw your attention to now, Ms. Massengale, requires a different exhibit. This would be Exhibit 2, also known as Benton County Exhibit 2006. Yeah, very good. And I'd like you to, if you would, go to the second page of this document. You'll see some highlighting there. Very good. Okay, Ms. McLean, your testimony talks quite a bit about Benton County Code 1150-040. You recognize this, don't you?
Yes.
And so that the council members are clear, although we had to sort of lay out the distinction between the former Benton County Code regarding 1117, the types of conditional uses that were permitted under Scout's application. This portion of the code, 1150, has not changed during the pendency of the application. Do you agree with me on that?
To my knowledge, that's true.
Okay, very good. So, Ms. McLean, what I've emphasized on this, the highlighting, of course, is mine. What I've emphasized here is the general purpose of a conditional use under the Benton County Code. And you can read just as well as the council members what I've highlighted. You can see that the intent of the application process is will allow the hearing examiner to ensure that developments in each zoning district protect the integrity of that district. You see where I got that from?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that the role of FSEC in this adjudication is essentially a substitution because of the preemption of the EFSLA for that of the hearing examiner under other circumstances?
Yes, the council will ultimately make the decision to approve the conditional use permit through the approval of the site certificate.
Exactly right. And the council's task then is to ensure that development in the GMAAD zoning district protects the integrity of that district, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you agree, Ms. McLean, that not all conditional uses must be allowed? It's a general proposition. Is that something you can subscribe to?
I agree that based on what we see right in front of us, that ultimately it's a discretionary decision by the hearings examiner, or in this case, the council, to decide whether to approve a conditional use permit.
Very good. And so it's conceivable that a conditional use could be listed in 1117 under what we just walked through a moment ago regarding the uses requiring a conditional use permit, but that it nevertheless might be properly denied.
That is conceivable.
And that's going to be FSEC counsel's role in these proceedings based on testimony, evidence, the application for site certification, et cetera, right?
It'll be FSEC counsel's role to make that determination of whether to approve the CUP.
And in doing so, the focus of the council should be on the compatibility criteria in the Benton County Code. Do you agree with that?
The CUP criteria, they should review that as part of their decision.
Right. And that's the source of law that would apply to their deliberations and ultimately their position on this topic of land use compatibility, right?
On this topic of the CUP approval, yes.
Now, we can walk through the compatibility criteria, but to be candid, you've done a nice job of explaining those criteria in your testimony. So I don't think it serves our purposes to just have you reread your testimony. But if you wish to refer to it, of course, you're free to do so. Is it the case that the basic idea of compatibility review under the Benton County Code is a focus on congruence or harmony between the proposal and the surrounding uses?
I feel like that's your summary of the compatibility criteria, but I would actually go look at the actual language under the CUP criteria.
Okay, we can do that. And I was summarizing, but there's no reason we can't just put those in front of us. Ms. Massengale, on this same exhibit, if you can go to internal page 4. And go down to the bottom quarter. Okay, very good. So here, Ms. McLean, excuse me. Again, this is text that you've seen many, many times and that your testimony is really very much keyed to. But it's helpful to just put it on the screen so that the council members can see it. I was, in fact, like you say, I was trying to just provide some shorthand terminology to describe compatibility. But we see here that the compatibility criteria under the code is broken out. And in fact, we have 5 different factors. We can see the first 2 on this screen. Compatibility requires the examiner, or in this case, the council, to make findings of fact based on the evidence that a proposal as conditioned, and you can take it from there, will be compatible with uses in the surrounding area or will be no more incompatible than any other outright permitted use, correct?
Correct.
Yep, and we go on down. No material endangerment, health, safety, or welfare. Again, the baseline is with reference to the surrounding community, and the reference further, and if this Massengale will hop on to the next page, yeah, with respect further to other permitted uses in the zoning district, and so on and so forth. I don't know if there's anything in particular on 3, 4, and 5, Ms. McLean, that I need to ask you to speak to. If there's something there that you think is particularly relevant, feel free to speak up. But I think those are all fairly pedestrian, literally in the next case, pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Anything there that really changes the general point that I made earlier, that the emphasis on a CUP review is congruence and compatibility or harmony with surrounding uses?
I would say that the CUP criteria is what we just read in front of us. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. The law is the law. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, just trying to keep it moving here. So my real point here, Ms. McLean, is to ask you this. Can we agree that that these are essentially subjective tests?
That the decision on whether or not a use meets the CUP criteria is a discretionary decision by the decision-making body. Yes.
Well, that isn't exactly the question I asked you. Things can be discretionary, but they can be discretionary based on objective performance standards, for instance. And there's no performance standard for compatibility, is there?
When I look at determining whether we meet the criteria, I think of it more as objective standards.
Is there an objective performance standard that identifies when a use is no more incompatible than any other outright permitted use in the applicable zoning district?
I think you can look at some of the other uses that are permitted in the zoning district and look at what potential impacts they have to the surrounding uses and take objective measurements and comparisons from those.
Are there any portions of the ASC that identify performance standards for gauging compatibility?
I think we provide plenty of evidence to show the compatibility with the surrounding uses in the ASC, in the land use section of the ASC.
You've provided your subjective analysis of that, but I don't see any performance standards. Are there any?
It was, from my perspective, it was an objective analysis responding to the what's allowed in the GMAAD and the conditional use permit criteria.
Well, and I said earlier, I don't want to argue with you, and I'm not going to. But what would be the performance standard benchmark that you used in your materials to identify compatibility? Because I didn't see one.
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to as benchmarks, but we discuss what the impact would be to the existing uses in the surrounding area, which is primarily dryland wheat, and that the project would be compatible with those dryland wheat uses. I think we can look at the Nine Canyon Wind Farm as a great example of where agricultural can coexist with wind farms, and many other wind projects across the Northwest where farmers are able to farm right up to the wind turbine pads. And in many cases, the wind farms actually bring benefits to these ranches and wheat farmers by improving their access roads, reducing erosion and dust issues off their roads, and also lease payments, helping the farmers be able to reinvest in their farms and upgrade their equipment. So I would say that dryland wheat farming is compatible with wind projects, and that there's plenty of examples to show that objectively.
Well, I know you would show that it is, or that you would state that it is compatible. That's very clear in your testimony. But my question was about performance standards, and you stated earlier that you didn't know what I meant by something like a benchmark for a performance standard. Let me be clearer about that. For instance, for a noise impact, an eDNA receptor decibel rating would be a performance standard. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
For traffic mitigation, a local comprehensive plan level of service that's been established by traffic engineering principles, that would set an objective benchmark, correct?
Correct.
For wetlands remediation or wetlands investigations, soil saturation standards, planting plan survivability, those would be objective performance standards. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Ms. McLean, I want to ask you about the Horse Heaven Wind Farm now. These are just some raw numbers. I don't think this will be a surprise, but I just want to make sure it's part of the record for your questioning. This facility proposes up to 244 turbines, correct?
Correct.
499 feet tall.
What was that?
Up to 499 feet tall.
I believe that's correct.
Unless Scout rather goes with option 2, in which case the turbines would be 657 feet tall and there would be 150 of them.
Hold on one second, Mr. Harper. We're going to have to mute another caller just to make sure we're not garbled.
I couldn't. Got it.
All right, I think we can go ahead now, Mr. Harper. Thanks.
Okay. So, Ms. McLean, I'll just repeat that so that I think you know where I was going, but just so it's all on the record. The option 2 proposal of Scout in the amended ASC is for 150 turbines. Each would be 657 feet in height, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The 6,000 acre solar array, 4 new meteorological towers, up to 4 new substations. Do those basic statistics seem right to you?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that this is the largest wind farm proposal in the state's history?
I don't actually know if that's true, but I believe that is true for Benton County.
Do you agree with me that the footprint of the permanent disturbance area is greater than 10 square miles?
I haven't done that calculation, but I know the permanent footprints are around 6,800 acres.
Yeah, I'll represent to you that if you break out the math, it does come into about 10 miles. By the same token, I suppose you haven't done the math either, but do you have any basis to disagree if I tell you that the area that will be occupied, not permanently disturbed necessarily, but occupied by the Horse Heaven Wind Farm facility encompasses a little over 110 square miles?
Are you referring to the lease boundary area?
I'm referring to the occupied area, not the lease boundary necessarily.
I guess I don't know what the definition of occupied area is.
Okay. We can take that from, and you'll forgive me, Ms. McLean, if I should have related that to the lease boundary. I wasn't clear that that's what that statistic referred to. But these are bare facts, and the record will speak for itself. I would just orient you and the commission to the fact, or the council rather, to the fact that the acreage that has been identified by Scout can certainly readily be computed as square miles. And if the overall acreage of the facility is reduced to square miles, my calculations show it's about 110 square miles. But you've not done that kind of math, so you don't have a view on that. Is that correct, Ms. McLean?
I have not converted to square miles, but I will say that I think the key number is the permanent footprint, while the lease boundary, which is a much larger area, will have agricultural uses within it throughout the construction and operational period of the project. So it's not displacing that many acres of agricultural. It's the permanent acreage that we should focus on here.
Yeah, I understand that. Ms. McLean, let's go back to, and I may need Ms. Massengale's assistance here again. Let's go back to the Exhibit 8, Ms. Massengale. And if you could go to internal page 7. Now, Ms. McLean, we spent a little bit of time with this earlier, and what I would ask Ms. Massengale to do is show us the bottom of the page. Very good. Again, Ms. McLean, this is the portion of the Benton County Code that existed at the time that Scout made its application. We've already agreed this is the section of the code that the council should be considering as operative on this topic. You and I walked through this earlier with the highlighting that I emphasized to show I think you agreed, a majority of agricultural uses. Now what I'd like to do is have Ms. Massengale just briefly go through these, A, B, and then just scroll on down. And the question for you, Ms. McLean, is do you agree with me that all of these uses, with the exception of the formerly allowed conditional use of wind energy farms, all of the other uses that we see here are going to be principally oriented to a parcel, or at most a couple of parcels?
I would not agree to that. I think a lot of the uses that are related to agricultural use in the GMAAD can often include more than one parcel. Farms and ranches often include more than one parcel, and they have a lot of different uses related to agricultural use. Some of them may be some of these conditionally allowed uses that are listed here.
Well, the farms and ranches aren't conditionally allowed uses, they're allowed outright. And my question actually identified that these would be uses that would occur on a parcel or a couple of parcels is actually what I asked. But we're not going to find farm labor housing, for instance, that occupies 10 square miles, are we?
No, but then like Item J, there are facilities for power generation other than nuclear, wind, and solar. I mean, that could take additional parcels. I mean, I just wouldn't make that as a blanket statement for everything in here that it would be limited to 1 or 3 parcels. And
No,
I
and I'm
don't
not trying to, I'm
says
sorry, I
that.
don't mean to talk to you. No, that's right, Ms. McLean. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but can we agree that none of the proposed uses that that Ms. Massengale has showed us have the kind of permanent disturbance footprint area, much less overall occupied area of the Horse Heaven Wind Farm facility, tens or hundreds of square miles? There's nothing like that here, is there?
I would not agree with that. I don't think that's a fair comparison. I mean, there's a lot of uses that are listed here, so it's kind of a broad observation, I think.
It is a broad observation. I agree. I think the exhibit will speak for itself on that. Let's move on. When we go to the criteria of the Benton County Code for conditional uses, another relevant consideration is the uses that are permitted outright. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And for permitted outright uses, we can also use the same exhibit. Ms. Massengale, here, if you could go to page 6. And yeah, scroll on down a little bit to section 2. Okay, so Ms. McLean, here we have the listing, again, circa the time period applicable to this case of the allowable uses permitted outright. Of course, agriculture is permitted outright. Same question, though, that I asked you earlier that you and I seem to have a disagreement over. The preponderance of other allowable uses are generally focused on a parcel level. Acknowledging agriculture itself may extend across parcels. That's certainly true. Anything could cross a parcel line. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, as I said earlier, but we go through this list. We see agricultural stands. We see bakeries where the product being sold is derived from grain or other crops on the parcel. Single family homes, animal raising, adult family homes, is sort of a special requirement under the law to be allowed here. Grange halls. I don't need to be tedious about this, but again, I'm just curious. Do you disagree with me here as well that that the typical focus in the GMAAD zoning district is on uses that encompass a parcel or at least or no more than a couple of parcels?
Again, I think where you're going with this line of questioning is to bring up this concept of scale, and that the project scale is inherently not compatible. And I would disagree with that there's nothing in here that says the scale of the project is makes it not compatible with agricultural uses.
That's the subjective determination this council will have to reach, isn't it?
They will, yes.
Okay, I think we're in agreement there. And on scale and scope and breadth, this is a landscape-wide change, isn't it?
The landscape level, there will still be farming and ranching going on in the site lease boundary. So I would say that they are compatible uses, that there will be both uses occurring in the same area.
Do you agree, Ms. McLean, that the predominant feature to anyone in this area, if this project is recommended to the governor, and if the governor approves it, and if it survives any challenges, the predominant feature in this area will be the Scout wind farm and solar array facilities?
I don't agree. I think if you drive through the area after it's constructed and operating, you'll see wheat fields and other agricultural uses side by side with the wind turbines and the solar arrays.
The predominant feature of the landscape will not change?
I think that your that is a subjective opinion, like you said, and it's your opinion on what's predominant. I mean, I think that the wind turbines are definitely large, but I would say that the majority of the landscape, majority of the area is still going to be dryland wheat farming. And we can get into this later, but I think that in fact, this project will help maintain those wheat farms into the future rather than letting them be under threat for zone changes and urbanization, which then that would be the predominant landscape if it were to be urbanized, would be houses.
Do you acknowledge that any particular number of turbines or height or density would be incompatible with the GMAAD zoning district?
Can you restate your question again?
Be happy to. Do you acknowledge that any number of turbines or height of turbines or density of turbines or associated solar facilities would be simply too much and incompatible with the GMAAD zoning district?
Any number? I would not agree with that. I think that scale is not in and of itself a determination of what's compatible. I think you have to look at how it's been cited and the best management practices, the minimization measures, all the elements that will be pulled into the conditions of the approval if the council decides to approve the project, and they can make sure they fold in these conditions as they're outlined in the ASC, but also the EIS to ensure that this project is compatible with the agricultural uses in the GMAAD.
Ms. Massengale, I wonder if you could go back to Exhibit 1. And I'd be interested in the very first page of Exhibit 1. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Ms. Massengale. So, Ms. McLean, your testimony is that in fact that the purpose statement of the GMAAD zoning district would never reach a breaking point where a particular number of turbines, let's say it's twice the number that Scout is proposing, would never per se become incompatible. Is that right?
You're coming up with a hypothetical situation that I think every project needs to be examined on its own merit and its own evidence that's brought forward to the council.
Oh, it is a hypothetical, but sometimes hypotheticals are useful. Well, then let's take a look at a position Scout has taken. Ms. Massengale, if we could take a look at Exhibit 3, which I'll also identify for the record as Benton County Exhibit 2007. Ms. McLean, Mr. Kobus provided testimony in a deposition that occurred in late July. Are you familiar with that?
I was familiar that he provided a deposition. I have not reviewed this document in front of us.
All right. If you would, Ms. Massengale, let's go down to the highlighted portion of this. Okay. Ms. McLean, what I'd like you to do is read along with me. Excuse me again. This is the questioning of Mr. Kobus in his deposition. He was asked, and if we could go up just a little bit, Ms. Massengale, so that the witness can see. There we go. Thank you. He was asked, why don't we just build phase 1 of the project? The we is the royal we here. It means the questioner is asking, why don't you just build phase 1 of the project? What are the economies of scale that prevent you from just building that project? And then Mr. Kobus testified, as you see in the first paragraph, Scout has been investing considerable time and capital in building the largest project we can bring to market because that's what makes us successful. And then the second part is what I really want you to orient to, Ms. McLean. Mr. Kobus testified, the commercial case for this site is to build absolutely as much as we can to satisfy the market need. So any whittling away that we do of anything that generates as a part of this mix is hurting our prospects. You see where I got that from?
Your Honor, Tim McMahon objecting to this question. This is testimony from Mr. Kovas. Mr. Kovas is not called here to answer this question, and this is not within Ms. McLean's source of information and knowledge.
Well, to the contrary, Your Honor, this is related precisely to the distinction between mitigation measures that might meet a performance standard versus the demand that Scout is making for the maximum commercial build out without concern to what we believe to be the proper compatibility analysis under CUP.
Mr. McMahon, with that limitation to the question, I'll allow, if Ms. McLean understands the question, for her to comment. Again, Mr. Harper, this may be outside her expertise, given the commercial aspects. Again, commercial viability, I don't think she can comment on, but I understand you're asking for the number and the density of turbines, if I understand you're correctly. I'm
not even going there, Your Honor. So I'm going to keep this within her testimony. I appreciate Mr. McMahon's objection out of due caution, but I am not trying to ask this witness to speak to commercial viability. So if I may proceed, Your Honor.
Yeah, why don't you rephrase this so it's within Ms. McLean's expertise, and we'll go from there.
Very good. Ms. McLean, you see Mr. Kovas's position that the desire of Scout is to build absolutely as much as it can to satisfy the market need, correct?
Yeah, I see the highlighted text on the
That's
screen.
all I'm asking. I want to make sure we're looking at the same page. Is there any concession contemplated, as you can read Mr. Kovas's testimony, is there any concession being made to scale back the project to support congruence, harmony, compatibility with surrounding uses?
I mean, I feel like this is taken out of context. You're applying a quote from this deposition to the consistency analysis in the CUP. But what I do think is important to maybe point out here is that the project has been described in the ASC with a maximum building envelope. And so what has been put forward as the proposed action and the proposed project in the ASC is what Mr. Kovas has and Scout has identified as the size of the project that they want to bring forward. And it has a phasing approach. And so to make sure that the environmental analysis and the FSEC Council knows all the extents of the project and the full build out, it's all been examined in the ASC and the full extent of potential impacts. And so in that case, this is totally typical in the development process that you identify the largest footprint and the largest potential effects. And then when the project goes to closer to construction and more detailed design, typically the footprint shrinks as it gets more and more detailed design. And a really good example of that is the additional information that was submitted last week, which showed a decrease in the total solar array area and other things. And a lot of those inputs that come from the environmental impact assessment and also from this adjudication process in the review, the reason why we go through these reviews is to inform the project and make sure that it is cited in the most environmentally conscientious way possible, and to minimize the impacts and to make sure that everything is mitigated as much as possible.
But there is no proposal, Ms. McLean, to reduce the scale, the scope, the intensity of the project to accommodate compatibility criteria. You've talked about mitigation measures. The ASC talks about mitigation measures. But we've identified that compatibility relates to scale and scope. And what Mr. Kovas is stating here, unless you disagree with it, is that Scout's wish is to build as much as the market will justify, correct?
I think you made the point that scale and scope is related to compatibility. I disagreed with that point, and that this project, as described in the ASC, is compatible with the GMAAD. The existing agricultural uses that are going on out there will continue to operate through the operation of this project. So the scale and the scope is not in and of itself a reason for the project to not be compatible with the GMAAD.
Does the market demand relate to the Benton County compatibility criteria?
I don't know how to answer that question. I think that might be outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Last thing I want to touch on, Ms. McLean, I want to correct what I think is a mistake in your testimony, your pre-filed testimony. Ms. McLean, are you familiar with your testimony in which you made the claim? I think to bear with me here, I can get a little bit more oriented to it. You made the claim, Ms. McLean, that the county has generally, I guess, generally shown that it is not, I don't want to paraphrase unfairly, but that it is essentially, well, I'll be blunt, I guess, that it's essentially being hypocritical regarding the disruption of the GMAD zoning district because, as you say in your testimony, that the county has encouraged conversion of habitat for sprawling residential development. Are you familiar with using those words, Ms. McLean?
Could you reference me what page of my testimony so I can take a look?
I certainly can. Yeah, that would be page 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
And your
rebuttal testimony. Excuse me, Your Honor.
For the benefit of the council, can you dial us in to the exhibit number as well?
I'm just about to, Your Honor. It's exhibit 1023 _R. And Ms. Massengale, if you could go to page 10 of that document, we'll all be looking at the same thing. And I would like you to emphasize the paragraph 1 starting on line 8. That'll make it easier for everyone, I think. There we go. Ms. McLean, I'll just pause for a second and give you a moment. You've seen this, of course, but let me just give you a moment to look at it. Give council members a chance. I don't really want to put words in your mouth on this, Ms. McLean. I'd rather just have you identify it for yourself. Is the point of what you're discussing here that that the county has not itself demonstrated what we haven't acted consistent with what we say because you think we have lost GMAAD lands since 2006?
This statement was made in response to Ms. Cook's testimony, where she was making some points about the project was going to permanently remove, X number of acres from the GMAAD, and that overall that would be a threat on the county's GMAAD, supply of land. And so my point is that if you look at the 2006 comp plan and the 2018 comp plan and compare the total acreage of GMAAD, you see that there has been a significant decrease. And when you look, and that is telling that those acres have been rezoned into a different zone. And when you look at aerial photos of the urban areas of the county, that the urban footprint continues to grow. And based on looking at old zoning maps, I was able to conclude that most of those acreages are being urbanized, that are being moved out of the GMAAD. And so from my perspective, I see that as more of a threat on the GMAAD, is the urbanization of the Tri-Cities area in particular, and relative to this project, where in our case, we would not be rezoning, we would continue to have ag uses, and the project would not only be consistent with the GMAAD zone because it would allow for these uses to continue, but it would also actually support some of these existing farm uses in the project lease boundary through its lease payments.
Let's just take a moment and examine the basis of your view there. I want you to identify, if you will, that your benchmark is the 2006 comprehensive plan, where you identified a total of 744,752 acres of GMAAD. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Massengale, can we go to Exhibit 7, please? Page 1. And that would be Benton County. There you go. Thank you. And go down a little bit. Okay, Ms. McLean, I'll represent to you. This is page 4-32 of the 2006 Benton County Comprehensive Plan. You can, I think, pretty well pick that up from what you see on the screen here. If we total the highlighted column of numbers for irrigated agriculture, dryland agriculture, rangeland, and undeveloped, I'll just represent to you. We get 744,752 acres. Was that your source, Ms. McLean, for your testimony?
This is current land use versus zoning, right?
Right.
Zoning is a different category.
It is, isn't it? Okay, let's keep going with this then. Do we agree at least that if we total this, we get 744,752, and that's what you quoted on page 10 of your testimony?
I was looking at the 2006 comprehensive plan for total acres in the GMAAD, and this table is looking like it's land use types. So
I'm just asking you, if you just answer my question, if this totals up to 744,752 acres, that's the number you used in your testimony as your benchmark, correct?
I don't think I did, but
Why don't we go back then? We can certainly take our time with this. Ms. Massengale, if you could go back to page 10 of Exhibit 1023. Do you see the number there, Ms. McLean, 744,752?
yes.
Does that look like that's a mistake now?
I guess I'm kind of confused because you're comparing acres of land uses versus acres of zone. And I don't have a calculator right now to add up those numbers. But I mean, it's possible I made a mistake. I don't really know what the purpose of this questioning is, though.
Okay. Well, the purpose of the questioning is to make sure that the council understands the factual basis of your testimony. That's important, isn't it?
Yes, it is important. And if there is an error here, I could look into it. I could take some time and look at the code and double check my work, and we can clarify this. I think that the point of my statement here is that there has been a reduction in the GMAD over time in the Benton County, and that reduction is due to urbanization and not due to wind farms or solar projects.
Okay, well, let's see if that's the case. Why don't we take a look, Ms. Massengale, at Exhibit 7. This time, let's go to page 4 of Exhibit 7. So, Ms. McLean, here we actually have, I think, the table that speaks to your point. Here we have the actual table of lands identified as GMA agriculture, and it's 643,000 acres. If we go to page 3 of this same exhibit, Ms. Massengale, you can go there. We'll see this same figure reproduced, 643,476. This is a measure of acre by land use designation. That's the 2006 plan. And if we could go, Ms. Massengale, to page 2. Okay. Scroll down just a little bit or reduce it just a little bit. Now, Ms. McLean, we're in the 2018 comprehensive plan. And if you scroll down just a little bit more, Ms. Massengale, we can all see that reference. There we go, February 2018. And the figure for GMA in Benton County is 649,000 acres. In fact, what Benton County has done is they've been able to identify from 2006 to 2018 additional land qualifying for GMAAD designation. The previous number is 643,000. The current number is 649,000. Do you follow with me, Ms. McLean?
Can you go up just so I can see the headings on that proposed
Sure.
land use. Okay, so this was the proposed change by the proposed land use designation changes in the 2018 comp
That's
plan.
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
My point is just this, and I'll wrap on this. Your criticism in your testimony is that the county has lost GMAAD land by encouraging the conversion of agricultural land use for sprawling residential development. At a minimum, that appears to be not consistent with the acreage totals that we've seen here. And in fact, the figure that you used to justify that criticism now does not appear to be exactly what you thought it was. Do you agree with that?
I agree that I need to go back and check my work and to be able to really respond to this. But I would be willing to do that if we want to keep working on this topic.
All right. With that point of clarification, Ms. McLean, I appreciate your courtesy. I very much appreciate Ms. Massengale with the assist. I have no further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harper. You've reduced an hour and a half of predicted time to essentially an hour. I appreciate that very much. So let's give everybody a comfort break until 10:20. When we come back, Mr. Aramburu will pick up with your testimony or cross-examination of Ms. McLean's testimony. All right, so we'll come back at 10:20 and we'll introduce Mr. Aramburu. All right, welcome back, everyone. It looks like we do have Ed Brost joining us. Mr. Brost, I don't know when you came back on. This is Judge Torm. You pick up on any of the cross-exam that Mr. Harper was doing? If you unmute, you hear your answer.
Not able to unmute. He did just give me a call saying that he might have issues with the microphone, so I let him know to put it in the chat. Something comes up.
Okay, well, Mr. Brost, whatever part of the testimony you missed today, there'll be a transcript and a recording that you'll have access to. The recording might be available sooner as that's instantaneous, but we'll ask you to review the adoption of the testimony on cross-examined witnesses this week. And that would be Ms. Wadsworth and Mr. Wiley. And then Mr. Harper's cross-examination of our current witness, President McLean. All right, Mr. Aramburu, are you ready?
I am.
Let's get going on your cross-examination. You've asked for approximately a half an hour of time. We have probably a little bit of wiggle room in that today, given our efficiency so far. On you go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McLean, showing up on the screen is Tim McMahon, but in any event, I'm Richard Aramburu, Ms. McLean, and I'm the attorney for Tri-Cities Cares, the community organization that is an intervener in these proceedings. And I have some questions for you regarding your testimony that you've provided to the council, and you've submitted two testimonies, one a rebuttal testimony and one a reply testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I've looking at page 1 of your rebuttal testimony. You've described your professional experience, and you've indicated that you have extensive experience in land use permitting and environmental review. And I've looked at your exhibit 1024, which is your resume. I don't see anything other than wind projects listed on that in that material. Is your experience limited to wind projects?
No, I've worked on solar projects. I thought there were some listed there. I'd have to pull it up to look, but I definitely have experience with solar as well, and transmission, fiber optic, lots of different infrastructure projects. I've also worked for counties before on, I'm working on a landfill project on Kauai right now. So I've done permitting on behalf of counties as well. But typically my experience is from a consulting company and I have not worked for a city government or a county government directly.
So you've never processed the conditional use permit for yourself or any municipality?
As a staff member of a county or city, no, I have not.
And you indicated you've been involved in renewable energy projects. Have you ever represented or advised opponents of a project as opposed to project applicants?
No, I have not.
And you've indicated that you have land use planning experience. I don't see a degree in land use planning for you. What is your educational background in land use planning?
I have a liberal arts education undergraduate and include public administration. And then I've worked as a land use planner for 15 years. So I think that speaks to my qualifications.
I understand it does, but you don't have any educational training in land use planning, do you?
I don't have a master's in urban planning, a postdoctorate in planning, no.
And are you a member of any land use planning professional organizations?
I have had memberships with AICP.
Now, I want to go back. When did you first get involved with this project?
During the drafting of the application for site certificate.
Were you involved in the decision to acquire this property and build the wind turbines on it?
No,
So you came in later, is that correct?
that's correct.
And have you ever prepared or worked on preparing a Washington GMA comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance?
I have worked. No, I don't think I have actually. I've worked on some Oregon long-range planning documents around the metro area of Portland, but not the Washington GMA. No.
Now, there's discussion in your rebuttal testimony. I'm going to talk about rebuttal testimony and then your reply testimony. First of all, did Scout ever apply to Benton County for a conditional use permit?
I don't know the answer to that actually. Because I
Were you-
came in when they decided to go to FSEC and worked on the application for the ASC.
So you weren't consulted as to whether or not it would be appropriate to go to Benton County first to see if they would issue a conditional use permit and with it any conditions?
I believe Scout did communicate with Benton County early in the process and had several meetings. But I wasn't in those meetings, so I can't really speak to exactly what was discussed and where the decision was made to go to FSEC.
Would you agree that in placing conditions on a conditional use permit under the Benton County Code, that the size of the facility is a factor to be considered?
Placing conditions. I think that the scope of a facility or a proposed use that comes before a hearings examiner or planning commission or the council, any decision-making body, they look at the full description of the project and the scope of it as they're making their decisions.
But is size an appropriate factor for conditioning under the Benton County conditional use code?
I don't think that size is a specific factor on whether a proposed use does or does not meet the conditional use permit criteria. I think it is a part of the description of the project and it should be taken under account, but I don't think the size is an objective threshold that is met or not. I think it's part of the project description.
Let's put it this way. Do you think that Benton County, under its code, could condition this conditional use permit application to reduce its size?
Could condition it. I think that if the decision was before Benton County, they could come up with a condition to reduce the size. If it's not before Benton County, though, it's before the council. So that would be up to them in this case.
So if the council is looking at land use compatibility under FSIC regulations, one of the things they could do is reduce the size of it to take account of what the local land use plans call for. Is that correct?
It's the council can decide to do what it wants. It's their decision on whether to approve the project with whatever conditions they deem are necessary to ensure compatibility.
Including the size of the project, correct?
I'm not going to say what they can and cannot do. It's up to them. And that could be part of their decision making.
Okay, and there's a memo that recently went out from Mr. Kobus to some people in F6 staff. And I've referred to it as the Moon Memo. It's dated August 8. Have you read that memo?
I don't think so. Could you bring it up? Is it an exhibit that you could share?
I don't have it up, but there's been discussion of that. Have you seen that memo?
Oh, this is the one that was submitted last week? Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know this is the one you were talking about. Yes, I have seen this memo.
Okay. We're going to call it the Moon Memo, if you don't mind. It was to Ms. Moon, and that's no reflection on the document itself. Did you help draft that?
No, I didn't. I reviewed it, but I did not help draft it.
Did you have any editing responsibility for it?
No, I think I provided a couple questions to Linnea, who wrote it. I think she wrote it, but I did not edit it, no.
Okay. Your exhibit 1024 talks about the conditional use approval for the Nine Canyon project. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And is there a difference in size between the wind turbines proposed for this project and the Nine Canyon project?
There are more turbines in the Horse Heaven project. And I think that the Horse Heaven turbines are taller as well. I'd have to pull up the numbers though and compare the height.
Okay.
Mr. Rambrew, I think you referenced 1024, which were her qualifications, where in 1023 is the testimony you're referencing. Is that correct?
I think it's actually 1025. You put it in the conditional use permit for the Nine Canyon project, didn't you, Ms. McLean?
The conditions of the Nine Canyon project were included with my testimony. I don't know what the exhibit number is.
So we can look at that to compare turbine sizes, can we not?
I would assume so. I don't have those in
Well,
front of me.
let's not have testimony about that. The council can go through that issue. You've indicated that the project on page 16 of your testimony would involve a minor alteration to aerial application of pesticides or fertilizers. You see that? You remember that testimony?
Page 16, you said?
Yes.
I do recall that, yes.
And is it your testimony that aerial application of pesticides, fertilizers, and other materials will still be possible with 500-foot wind turbines?
Yes.
And what's your source of that for that information?
Based on other operating wind farms that I'm familiar with in Oregon that have aerial spraying.
Okay. Are you aware of any other conditional use uses under the Benton County Code that might consume 7,500 acres of property?
Well, when you say other, this project isn't going to utilize that many acres. Its permanent footprint is closer to 6,800 acres. So you were referencing the lease boundary. But as far as 6,800 acres, I'm guessing that there are other uses in Benton County that take up that much space. Like,
I'm not asking you to guess. not asking you to guess, Ms. McLean, do you know of any other permitted or conditional uses that are in the growth management agricultural zone that would be 6,800 acres?
Off the top of my head, I have not reviewed every CUP approval that's come before Benton County, no.
Okay. And were you involved in the decision to change the fire suppression applications in the Moon memo?
No, I was not.
That was not something you were consulted about?
I was, the memo was shared with me and I read that section of the memo, and my understanding is that the purpose of including that information is to show the council that the best design is going to continue to be done to meet the most up-to-date electrical code standards. And so that's my understanding, is that the best design is keeping with the most advanced electrical code standards, which is a constantly developing industry and code, like part of the code for electrical standards. I am not an expert at BESS, so they wouldn't have consulted me on exactly what needs to happen for the best design.
But there was a change made to, instead of having sprinklers, water sprinklers in the BESS operation, to essentially let it burn out. Is that your understanding of the change?
My understanding is that the changes to meet the most up-to-date electrical standards, which I believe is, if there were, in the unlikely event of a fire in a BESS, that they would have it burn out, which would take, I think, approximately, I think it was said 2 or 3 hours. And that's the safest way to deal with a fire in a BESS facility.
You're not an expert on BESS facilities, are you?
No, I am not. I just said that, and I'm going off of what I read in the memo, the Moon memo.
Okay. Now, have you considered the impacts of burning out a 10-acre BESS facility on the health, safety, and welfare of the community?
I believe that those effects are examined in the ASC and in the CEPA analysis. But my expertise is the land use element and consistency. I know that part of that is one of the land use criteria is the health and safety of the community. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but I think it's the second CUP criteria. And that we have to take into account the likelihood of a fire, and that is very low likelihood that there would be a BESS fire. And so that's part of the environmental review. And I would point you towards the CEPA analysis to look at the potential effects of a BESS fire.
And the burnout plan for the lithium-ion batteries was not included in the draft environmental impact statement, was it?
I think that whatever the original plan is, whether it included sprinklers or not, I think would still have been an example of what could happen and was evaluated. It's not, I don't see that the change in how the fire suppression design is, or the fire alert system design in the BESS facility between the original description of the ASC and the memo is enough of a difference to really change the environmental review. But that said, the developers is trying to, be as open and transparent as possible, which is why they volunteered the Moon memo to make sure that the CEPA analysis is examining the most up-to-date information.
Okay, I appreciate that. But my question to you is that have you considered and examined the consequences to health, safety, and welfare of a 10-acre lithium-ion facility being left to burn out? Have you considered those factors?
Personally, have I considered them?
Yes.
Yeah, I have. I've thought about that. Yes.
But I mean, have you gone to any examination of how lithium fires burn? What the products of combustion are? What those impacts are as a part of your land use analysis?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this. Ms. McLean has stated repeatedly that this is not within her expertise. And Mr. Rambrew is attempting to require Ms. McLean to testify well beyond her expertise in responding to these questions. I think she's been very clear about that.
Well, Mr. McMahon, I think he's asked it in the context of the land use, and that can be a simply yes or no answer. If there's a better witness, Mr. Aramburu will ask the witness that's on the environmental side. So Ms. McLean can answer within the land use expertise she's shown to the council. Ms. McLean, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I've considered it in terms of the land use or the conditional use permit criteria. Yes.
And was that based upon your review of lithium ion fires, how they burn, and the toxic fumes that are let off by those fires?
My review of the BESS facilities is that they are built on a cement base. They're surrounded by non-combustible base. The design of the BESS facilities is such that if in the low likelihood event that there were a fire, that the fire would be contained to the area of the BESS and that it would be short in duration. And I think
That wasn't my question. My question, Ms. McLean, have you investigated what happens, what would happen when 10 acres of lithium ion batteries burn in the locations that they're shown on the land use plan, and whether or not that would be consistent with protecting the public safety and welfare?
I believe I have answered your question that was the analysis that I did in understanding health and safety. I took into consideration that the BESS facility would be contained, that it would be a short duration event, and that it's very low likelihood. And so those are factors that I took into account when I was evaluating whether it met that second conditional use permit criteria.
So, Ms. McLean, I think Mr. Aramburu is just driving at the fact. Have you done any analysis on the air emissions that could occur from a fire?
Personally, no.
And have you done any other, what would be the residue of that fire, even if it's contained to the BESS pad? You haven't done any of that analysis, have you?
No, and that's outside my wheelhouse.
Mr. Aramburu, I hope that helps dial it in as to what I think you were driving at. Any other follow-up on this area?
No, I do want to address your reply testimony, if I may, that has been submitted. And my understanding is that your fire testimony was your reply testimony was addressed to fire prevention and control issues. Is that correct?
That's correct. From the perspective of my experience permitting projects and what are typical conditions and best management practices that we attach to facilities similar to the Horse Heaven Hills one.
And in looking at your reply testimony, I see pages of fire conditions that have been put on other projects, and you've kind of done a literature search here. Is that what I'm seeing?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, have you spoken with the Benton County fire marshal or fire chiefs regarding this project?
I have not.
Why not?
I believe other folks, including Dave, have reached out to the fire department and to the fire marshal. That wasn't part of my job on the team to talk to them.
Well, you provided extensive testimony here about the apparent efficacy of a fire control plan, have you not?
I provided testimony that there are many examples of other facilities that have been approved by FSEC in Washington State that included conditions similar to the ones that I provided in my testimony that show that there are conditions that can mitigate the concerns for fire safety and fire hazard at a facility like this.
I understand that, but wouldn't the best source of information about the feasibility of a fire control plan? Would be those people responsible in the public area for fire control and suppression in Benton County?
I 100% agree with you. And that's, if you look at the example conditions, all of those plans would be coordinated with the fire marshal, with Benton County, with FSEC, and any other agency that's pertinent to that topic prior to construction.
And have you taken the concept of a 10-acre lithium ion battery fire to the fire officials in Benton County for their opinions regarding that project?
I have not, but as I just noted, that those topics would be discussed with the fire marshal, with Benton County, with FSEC prior to construction as part of the formulation of the fire management plan and emergency response plan.
But related to the conditional use permit, we're looking at whether conditions ought to be placed on this project as required by the Benton County Code, are we not?
We are, and these are good examples of conditions that could be placed on an approval to ensure that these plans get finalized and coordinated as appropriate.
But we need to decide now whether these conditions are appropriate under the Benton County Code, do we not?
You know, I would recommend that they do include conditions to make sure that these plans get finalized and coordinated with these agencies and experts prior to construction.
Yes, but can we have that discussion now before the council, before they approve before they're being asked to approve a 10-acre lithium ion battery array?
Your Honor, Tim McMahon, you're objecting. This is argumentative testimony. It's been asked and answered.
Mr. Rambrew, any response?
There's a question here about what the applicant is doing, and I want to get to the question of when these conditions and when this issue is going to be taken up, according to the applicant.
I'll sustain the objection. I think it's clear for the record that it'll be taken up by the council before their recommendations to the governor, and this witness can only testify to what she's experienced, but she's not the one taking this decision up, Mr. Rambrew.
Okay. In your analysis of fire control, fire protection agreements or conditions, have you considered what would happen in the event of a fire on a wind turbine itself?
Yeah, we discussed that in my original testimony as well. Again, wind turbine caused fires are extremely rare event. I'm only aware of one occurring in the Northwest, and there are hundreds of turbines operating in the Northwest. So it's a rare event, but if it were to happen, that's what the purpose of the fire management plan and emergency response plans are. And in the case of the one event that happened in Klickitat County, the fire was contained quickly and minimized to basically just agricultural areas. So I think we have taken that into account. Another thing I'd like to note is that the access roads that will be built by the project will actually improve ability for fire response out in these areas where there currently aren't access roads. And a lot of times those access roads can work as fire breaks as well, which can also assist with fire response in the event that there were a fire in these wheat fields.
Have you investigated the national, international statistics on the frequency of turbine fires within the nacelle and the rotor area?
Not in a lot of depth. I have attempted to do some of that research at times, but I haven't been able to do a comprehensive study. But I am pretty confident that there is only the one event in the Northwest that we know of.
One reported event, is that correct?
Right, correct.
And you're familiar with the national and international statistics that indicate there's about one fire for a turbine for every 1,700 to 2,000 turbines installed?
I was not familiar with that statistic.
But you've not investigated those statistics, correct?
Correct.
Now, respecting the fire plan, if there was to be a turbine fire, a turbine nacelle fire, and it was burning, how long would it take for Benton County Fire to come to the site and address the problem?
That the type of, I don't personally know. Those details would be considered and evaluated and brought into the fire management plan when it's finalized prior to construction in consultation with the fire marshal and the rural fire district.
Well, but wouldn't it be important to know whether a fire control plan really works? That if you're going to propose that, how long it would take for fire equipment to arrive at a fire?
I think that it's reasonable to assume that there's rural fire district in the area that already serves this area, and that there would be, you know, a reasonable time frame. I don't think that that question undermines the ability for to think that a fire management plan could be finalized prior to construction.
Have you investigated the fire response time for Benton County Fire District number 1?
I have not.
And in your investigation, have you determined the kinds of equipment that Benton County Fire District number 1 could bring on a turbine fire or a grass fire within your 244 turbines?
Again, these are the details that would be worked out in that fire response plan.
Have you investigated the amount of water that can be carried by Benton County Fire District equipment to a site to fight a fire?
I have not.
Do you know how much an average fire department pumper truck carries? How much water is contained within it?
I do not know the details of the fire equipment. But again, that's not really necessary for me to know these things, because that will be determined in a later exercise with the coordination with these entities for this fire response plan.
So you just want to kick this can down the road? Isn't that what the applicant wants to do?
Your Honor, I object to that. Implying the applicant wants to kick the can down the road, imputing an intent on the applicant. This is an expert witness trying to provide useful testimony to the council, and we object to the characterization, the accusation that Mr. Ramber has just made.
As to the characterization sustained, Mr. Amber, I think you've asked this witness a number of times about this, and the kicking the can down the road, as you've characterized it, is what it stops when it gets to the deliberations for the council, and then it gets moved on as a recommendation to the governor one way or the other. So the applicant's not able to kick any cans down the road. This is your adjudication, and when the FEIS comes out, that's the sum of the record, and the council will then take its action or not. So let's move on to another area.
With regard to firefighting in the community, if one of your 244 turbines gets on fire, would you expect it to spread to the surrounding grasslands or agricultural crops?
I would expect that it would spread until it can be contained. And like I said, that those additional access roads will really be beneficial with creating fire breaks to help contain a fire if it were to occur.
And is it not the case that the existence of your 500-foot tall wind turbines would essentially prohibit the use of aerial firefighting, such as airborne tankers or helicopters?
That is not the case, to my knowledge. And actually, there was a fire in Klickitat County earlier this summer where there were aerial firefighting equipment operating in the vicinity of wind turbines successfully. So that's an example.
Okay, so it's your testimony that a large aircraft carrying fire retardant would be permitted to operate in this area over the top of a fire between turbines. That's your testimony?
My testimony is that based on my exactly what kind, because I'm not an expert at wildland firefighting, would be able to operate in the vicinity of the wind turbines safely. I also know that each one of the locations of the wind turbines has to be shared with the FAA upon finishing of construction, and that information is put on aeronautical charts, and that the pilots of those aerial firefighting equipment would have those charts available, as well as their visual capabilities of seeing where they're going when they're out there. But even with smoke, they have those charts. And I know that this is not uncommon, that there are fires that happen in and around wind projects around the country, and that aerial firefighting can be deployed.
Now, there is questions in the conditions in the Benton County conditional use permit about the support of public services and conflicts with existing and anticipated traffic in the neighborhood. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding that the construction water necessary for this project is going to come from the Port of Walla Walla. Is that correct?
I actually don't know if the source of the water has been finalized. So I don't actually know if that's correct or not.
Okay, well, that's what the application says.
Okay.
Is that right?
I could look it up if you want to give me some time. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, Appendix J talks about getting water from the Port of Walla Walla down in the Walla Gap area. Now, and do you know how much water is going to be necessary?
Not off the top of my head, no.
But I understand it's going to be trucked in. Is that correct?
I believe that is the plan, yes.
And how many trucks a day will that be?
Again, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
But it's many trucks, is it not?
I would assume that many trucks, yes.
Okay. And have you considered the amount of carbon that would be burned by diesel vehicles hauling 200,000 gallons or more of water a day from the Wallula area to this site?
I have not, I mean, I've considered it in general, and the fact that anytime we do construction of anything in this country, there's carbon emissions typically. But specific to this project, I haven't analyzed the number of carbon emissions related to truck traffic. But it is a temporary need for during construction for all of those truck trips. So it's temporary in its time frame in terms of impacts.
And how many other conditional uses under the Benton County Code would require 220,000 gallons of water to be trucked to the site each day?
I don't know the answer to that.
Have you considered it?
Other uses in Benton County that would require this much water? No, I have not considered it.
Have you investigated the amount of fire flow that would be necessary to fight a fire in and around a wind turbine?
Did you say fire flow?
Fire flow.
I'm not sure what fire flow is.
Not familiar with the concept of fire flow when it comes to fighting fires, is that right?
That's correct.
So I'll fill you in a bit here. Fire flow is the amount of water that is available in gallons per minute to fight a fire.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is that fire flow in your mind?
I understand that concept now that you just explained it to me. Yeah.
What's the amount of fire flow that would be necessary to fight a turbine fire?
I do not know the answer to that.
And have you considered the possibility of lightning strikes to any of your 244 turbines?
I believe that that is considered in the design of the turbines, and that they are designed to withstand lightning strike.
One second, Ms. McLean. I'm just looking at my notes here and see if I have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Great.
And Mr. Amber, take your time. I misspoke when I said you had a half an hour. It was actually 1 hour. I misread the chart.
Okay, thank you. Am I correct that the current proposal of the applicant is to build a 10-acre lithium ion battery facility on the west side of the site? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how big a 10-acre parcel would be if we did it in a square? How many feet it would be?
It's 10 acres. I don't have the conversion in my head per square feet, sorry.
Okay, but something I've done the math myself, and I'm not a math major from college, as many will testify to, but I get 660 feet on a side. Would that be about right, do you think?
I'll trust that you did the math right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, going back to the fire plans that you have in your reply testimony, they all just kind of seem to be the same thing, a condition, coordination, that kind of thing. Do you know if Benton County Fire District #1 has hazmat capabilities?
I believe they do, but I'd have to investigate that to say for certain.
Well, can you tell me what you think the hazmat capabilities of Benton County Fire District #1 are?
Again, I'm not an expert at fire response or hazardous material response, so I don't know what the specifics of their capabilities are. I've not looked into that.
Well, Benton County Fire District #1 is a public agency, is it not?
I believe, yes, it's a public agency.
And their capabilities, their personnel, their equipment is all a matter of public record, is it not?
I assume so, yes.
But you haven't investigated the public record to determine what the capabilities of Benton County Fire District #1 are.
I would just again repeat what I've been saying, which is that type of investigation and coordination and identification at Benton County's fire district needs additional equipment, additional training, would all be part of the fire management response plan that would be fleshed out and determined prior to construction. And that's where that is described in the example conditions that I provided in my testimony. There's also conditions in that example of where specific trainings, especially for the BESS facility, would be provided to, could be a condition of approval that the Horse Heaven project would provide those trainings to the Benton County Fire District 1. There's also conditions in there that speak to cost sharing agreements. There's a lot of different ways that FSEC could condition this project to ensure that Benton County Fire District has the training and materials that they need to be able to respond and keep their personnel safe in the event that there was a BESS fire.
So, but you haven't gone to the fire district to ask them whether they'd be agreeable to that.
I personally have not, but this is keeping in consistent with what other approvals of other wind and solar projects in Oregon and Washington have been able to come to those agreements with rural fire districts. And ultimately, my experience with rural fire districts is that they typically work with stakeholders, especially when they are provided the materials and resources that they need to make sure that they can do their job.
Let me give you a hypothetical here, and that is that after hearing all of the testimony and the concerns about fire and wildlife and Indian cultural properties and visual impacts, the council said, you've got to cut your project in half. Got to go from 244 turbines to 122. Where would you put the turbines?
That's not really a up to me. I think that that question isn't really, I would ask that question of maybe a different witness or someone else. I don't think that's an appropriate question for my expertise.
Well, I'm asking you to talk about mechanical, physical, electrical properties. You say you're a land use planner. What would your recommendations be from a land use planning perspective about location of turbines if the council said cut it in half?
I think we would apply the same siting criteria that we do for the existing layout, which would be to look at setback requirements, minimizing impacts to adjacent uses, working with the landowners to make sure that things are sited appropriate so that they can continue their ranching and farming out in the area. So I don't really see why it would be any different, but this is also a hypothetical situation that you're describing, so I'm not really sure what the point of the question is.
Are you familiar with the phasing of this project?
Yes, on a high level, yes.
Okay, and just briefly describe, if you would, what the phasing proposal is.
That on a very high level, the project would be constructed in several phases. I would have to go back and look at the ASC to tell you more specifics. I did not read up on that right before this testimony. Sorry.
And that's fine, Ms. McLean. But the phase 2 is got an A and B alternative in it. One of those phases includes all wind, and the other one includes wind and solar. Are you familiar with that distinction in the phases 2A and B?
I'm familiar with it. You're reminding me of it right now.
Okay, Ms. McLean, from a land use planning standpoint, from a conditional use standpoint, applying Benton County codes, which of those two alternatives would be the best from a land use planning perspective?
I would not judge either one as better or worse. I think they're both consistent with the existing uses in the area, and that the landowners' existing agricultural uses will continue to occur adjacent to both of the solar and the wind turbine infrastructure.
Well, I understand, but from an impact perspective, phase 2A, phase 2A, phase 2B, which is preferable from a compatibility analysis under the Benton County Code?
I think you would need to define what impacts you're talking about. We would have to analyze it from a better definition of what you're asking. But I think my answer to you on a high level is that both phases, both options would be consistent with the conditional use permit criteria.
But is it fair to say that you haven't studied it?
And hypothetical, or the phase 2 options, I mean, we've studied the project as a whole, and so cutting it into smaller pieces, the same conclusions apply, just regardless of how it's phased out.
Well, but have you seen a map of how phase 2, of where phase 2 as opposed to phase 1 would be?
I would have to look it up. It's not fresh in my memory.
Okay, and this can be corrected later, but I have not found a map in the amended ASC that shows a map of phase 1 versus phase 2. Have you ever seen one?
I have not.
And there's also phase 2B, as we talked about, is all wind versus wind and solar. Have you seen a layout or drawing or design for either one of those options on the ground?
Your Honor, I would object. This has been asked and answered.
Mr. Rambrew, what if she's seen the maps or she hasn't?
Well, and you have not seen such drawings. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Rambrew, Are they somewhere that you've seen them?
They don't exist.
Okay, I just wanted to make
I
sure
will
that,
represent that, and someone tells me wrong, but I have looked and I'm very familiar with the ASC, and there are no drawings or maps showing phase 1 versus phase 2, and there are no drawings or maps that show phase 2A versus phase 2B.
all right, I
and
just
I
didn't
will
want the
sta-
council members chasing after something that doesn't exist. So I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, and if I'm wrong, someone will point that out to me, I'm sure, but that's my recollection.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Shona Volkers. At least on my camera, I can't see the witness very well. Is it possible to zoom out so we can see both her and Mr. McMahon, or to center it back on? It's hard to, a little hard on the screen. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Ms. Volkers. I think they're working with a shared camera just to keep the echo down, so they're making adjustments now.
And in your land use planning analysis, your consistency with the Benton County Code, did you analyze the impacts on Yakima Nation cultural aspects or other such aspects?
I would defer questions about the cultural impacts to a later witness in the proceedings.
Well, I understand there may be people who have more expertise on that. I understand there will be witnesses coming forward. My question to you, as the land use planner for the project, did you include impacts on Yakima Nation cultural features, practices, and other things in your conditional use analysis?
I did not see those specific topics in the conditional use permit criteria. So I did not look specifically at those elements or resources in my consistency determination, but I also don't think that they're required as part of the CUP criteria.
Have you read any parts of the final environmental impact statement?
I have read parts of it, yes.
The one that's
Or
being
sorry,
prepared?
the draft, EIS.
Have you read any parts of the final environmental impact statement?
No,
Are you consulting with F6 staff on the final environmental impact statement?
no.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. McLean, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rambrew. Looking at time management, Ms. Volkers, you would have still an approximate half hour. What I would propose, we take a 5-minute stretch break, come back at, let's say at 6 minutes, 11:17, and take your cross exam. We'll probably, Mr. McMahon, target a lunch break before redirect and a few rounds of recross as necessary and as much as we have time for. So let's take a break for 5 or 6 minutes. We'll come back at 11:17, 11:18, and go from there. Good morning. We're back on the record, and now it's 11:18. We're ready. Yeah. We've been referring to this Moon memo, and respondents from the applicant last week, and there was a reference to it in a footnote in the pre-hearing brief, and based on some communications at our pre-hearing conference with the parties last week, that was stricken, but it's still a document that came in as part of the SEPA review. So council members shouldn't be looking for it in the exhibits to the adjudication, but it will be listed as a response to a data request in the SEPA documents. But for today's purposes, it may be referenced a lot, but it's not an exhibit that's been submitted for the adjudication. I hope that clarifies. If you're looking madly for the Moon memo, it was again sent in as a data request addressed to Amy Moon, who's handling all the SEPA things for FSEC staff. All right, let's go on to Ms. Volkers. And Ms. McLean, thank you for your ongoing stamina and responding to questions. We'll get this cross-examination question in and hopefully have a lunch break before your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, Ms. McLean. My name is Shona Volkers, and I represent the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation in this proceeding. A number of my questions have already been covered, so I don't think we'll need the half hour that I had previously requested. We are going to jump around though, and there's been a number of topics, so I appreciate if you answer the question that's asked you, and then if we need a clarification, we can do that. So going back to earlier this morning, you talked with Mr. Harper about the way that FSEC sits in the seat of the county hearing examiner when it decides whether or not to recommend that the governor issue a conditional use permit for the project. Can we agree that FSEC is still required to apply Benton County's land use regulations when they fulfill that role unless the applicant specifically requests preemption? Do we agree on that point?
That I agree that the council, well, first of all, I would direct you to Council's Order 883, which is the order that establishes council's determined consistency of the of the project with the land use ordinance and the comprehensive plan. And so to that extent, that decision's already been made. And so what is before council is a determination of whether the use meets the conditional use permit criteria and what conditions would need to be attached to an approval to ensure that the consistency with the criteria for the CUP.
Okay, and if you could try to focus on answering the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is whether or not you and I agree with the statement that I'm making that when FSEC sits in that role of the hearing examiner, FSEC is still required to apply Benton County's land use regulations unless there's a specific preemption request from the applicant. Do we agree or disagree on that statement?
Your Honor, I object to that. That calls for a legal conclusion, and frankly, it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'd agree, Mr. McMahon. I think Ms. Volkers, so I'm going to sustain the objection. I think it's acknowledged, as the witness pointed out in the council's land use order, that what you're saying is correct legally. There's no formal preemption request under the law under, I think it's 805110. Simply the land use consistency is there, and you're correct. This council will sit and apply the same criteria that were in the land use code and zoning requirements that were in effect at the time of the application.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so then just to be clear, in terms of Ms. McLean's understanding, for her, the basis of her analysis, that she was not aware of any preemption requests by the applicant as she formed her opinions about the project's suitability for a conditional use permit.
I'm sorry, Ms. Volkers. And Your Honor, again, I object to that. There is no need for a request for preemption per se.
Well, let me just, Ms. Volkers, have you direct that question briefly to the witness. Was she aware, was she not? And we'll see what she says.
Okay, Ms. McLean, are you aware of any requests by the applicant that FSEC preempt any of Benton County's land use regulations?
I am not aware, no.
Okay, thank you. And you testified earlier, I believe you brought it up first in your testimony in response to Benton County, and then it was also brought up by Mr. Ramborough regarding what's now being referred to as the Moon Memo. And I believe that you said that the project design modifications contained in that memo result in a net reduction of the project's impacts. Did I accurately summarize your testimony from earlier?
Yes, it's a net reduction of the footprint and associated impacts to the footprint.
Okay. But to be clear for the council, the environmental analysis of the recently introduced project redesign is outside the scope of your expertise, correct?
The SEPA analysis is being conducted by FSEC staff, to my knowledge.
Any environmental analysis, though, would that be within the scope of your expertise?
Well, I have experience doing environmental analysis, if that's what you're asking. And I looked at considerations of environmental impacts in my land use review.
So your statement from earlier today about, I believe the term you used was net reduction of the project's impacts. Are you testifying today that it's your opinion that there's a net reduction of the project's environmental impacts?
Because the footprint is reducing, I guess that is my assumption. I will also note that the SEPA process is ongoing at the same time as this adjudication. So that process is the information in the Moon memo is in FSEC staff's hands. They'll be able to evaluate it in their SEPA analysis, and the work that we do as far as looking at the land use or the consistency with the CUP criteria is happening at the same time in this adjudication.
Okay, so I'm still just trying to make sure that we're clear on what your opinion is today, though, is yourself, not the analysis that anyone else might be doing. I'm just asking if you're testifying today on the environmental impacts of the project as it has been redesigned in the Moon memo.
I think it's factual that the Moon memo represents a reduced footprint, and that ultimately it'll be up to FSEC to determine what that means from an environmental analysis perspective.
And Your Honor, if I could just object here quickly, briefly, we disagree with the contention that the project is being, quote, redesigned, end quote. Just for the record, I want that to be clear.
Noted. Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could just, I'm looking for a yes or no on whether or not Ms. McLean's testimony, her opinion, is being made about, if she's offering an opinion today about the environmental impacts of any of the design modifications in that Moon memo.
Ms.
think
McLean,
environmental-
you can answer that. Go ahead.
I would say that I suppose anything that I'm saying here to some extent is from my professional background and my experience. So to that extent, it is my opinion. With regards to environmental impacts, I mean, that's a very broad topic. So there's a lot of different elements that would need to be evaluated. Specifically from a land use perspective, I know that the reduction of the footprint would have less of an impact or displace less of the dryland wheat farm acreage. And then also based on the maps that were included in the Moon memo, it would be less of a footprint in the shrub steppe habitat as well.
Okay.
Sorry, we were on mute. I think the question Ms. Volkers is trying to ask Ms. McLean, honestly, is today's testimony, is it based on your review of that response from the applicant to data request number 9, otherwise known as the Moon memo? Are you incorporating anything you learned last week looking at that in today's testimony, or is it based on everything before? Ms. Volkers, is that a fair question? Is that what you're
Thank you, Your Honor.
driving at?
That isn't, not necessarily, but I think that's a fair question as well. And that might help clarify my follow-up questions. So I think I would ask the judge's question on whether or not your analysis includes the information contained in that memo, or if it's based upon the previous project design.
I would say that it's based on both. I think that my written testimony is based on the previous design. And then since I read the Moon memo and I saw the adjustments in the project footprint and the reduction of some of the solar array areas and the reduction of some of the turbines, that I thought about that in terms of the consistency with the land use code and the CUP criteria. And so I would just say that even because the changes in the Moon memo are a reduction of footprint, that my conclusions and my analysis of the original layout and the original design are the same, they're unchanged. Those conclusions are the same even with the Moon memo, because the original design.
Okay, so then is it fair to say that you're not testifying today that the Moon memo represents a reduction in habitat impacts specifically?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Is it fair to say that you're not testifying today that the Moon memo represents a reduction of habitat impacts? Is that fair to say?
Just say wildlife impact. I think she said wildlife, and we're getting a little bit of a delay on the video. Sorry.
Habitat impacts.
Habitat. I'm testifying. I'm testifying that my read of the Moon memo is that there is a reduction in habitat impacts.
And what is the basis of your testimony?
The Moon memo.
Okay. And are you testifying today that the Moon memos, the design modifications within that represent a reduction of wildlife impacts?
I would actually recommend that you ask more of those type of questions for a later witness who has the habitat and biology background.
So is that a yes or a no?
I guess I'm not testifying to that point because it's not in my
Okay.
wheelhouse.
Okay. And you're not testifying today about the potential reduction of impacts on water resources?
No, I'm not testifying.
Okay.
on that.
And you're not testifying today about any reduction that might there might be a reduction in cultural resource impacts from the Moon memo. You're not testifying today about potential
No.
reductions. Oh, okay. So when you talked about a net reduction of the project's impacts, you weren't talking about specifically reductions to wildlife, water resources, or cultural resources. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. It was more from the perspective of land use.
Okay. And you talk at length in your written testimony as well as your verbal testimony today. You discussed with the attorneys before me the project's ability to be permitted under Benton County Code as a conditional use. Are you aware of any provision in the Benton County Code that allows for conditional use permits to be issued for a development that does not have a viable water source?
I am not aware of any provisions that specifically require a water source for our use.
And are you aware of any provisions that allow a conditional use permit to be issued for a development that does not have a viable water source?
My understanding of the conditional use permit criteria is that viable water source is not part of the criteria.
Okay, thank you. I will reserve the ability to ask redirect questions, or excuse me, after the redirect.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that exhausts the cross-examination we had scheduled for this witness. Council members, as will be the case with each and every witness called, there's an opportunity after the attorneys have asked their questions to see what questions you might have, and that will inform in this case, the applicant, but the sponsoring party to know what else they need to respond to and redirect. So you might have questions or you might not. Going forward, maybe it'll be helpful to put something in the chat so I know to call on you directly. But at this time, Chair Drew, do you have any questions that you want to pose to Ms. McLean?
Not at this time.
All right, does any other council member have any questions they want to pose at this time? And I'll ask again at the end of redirect and recross. All right, not hearing any. We're at 11:30. Mr. McMahon, do you want to give me an estimate on what you think your redirect will take? Less than an hour or more than an hour?
Less than an hour, Your Honor.
All right, well, count parties, unless there's an objection, I think I'll have Mr. McMahon do his redirect. We'll take that lunch break and we'll come back after any recross, and hopefully we'll be a bit ahead of schedule.
Your Honor, if I may, can we have, maybe 5 or as many as 10 minutes to collect our collective knowledge from the team here before the redirect?
You just want a little bit of a chat session to make sure what you all want to cover?
That's right.
Okay, I think that's fair. So we'll take a break until 11:45 and come back, hopefully get up maybe it's 45 minutes of redirect and target a lunch break at 12:30. All right, we'll recess the hearing till 11:45. All right, good morning again, everybody. It's 11:45. Mr. McMahon, do we have your readiness to go forward with redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions here. Ms. McLean, you were asked by one of the attorneys what land use mitigation measures have been proposed, and actually a question of why the applicant has not proposed land use mitigation measures. Can you respond to that question?
Sure. So the reason there aren't specific land use mitigation measures is because the project itself has been designed to minimize impacts to surrounding land uses. As I said many times, the project is consistent with the GMAAD because it will work with the landowners to continue the existing land use operations that are out there, which is primarily dryland wheat. And so by that purpose, there is no need for specific land use mitigation measures.
Thank you. And did the applicant receive any input from the county concerning mitigation measures, land use mitigation measures?
No.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the county did not provide any land use mitigation measures or any other conditions, example conditions of approval that they would offer up to the council to consider in their decision making in their written testimonies.
And are you aware of whether the applicant received any feedback from a fire district?
I'm aware that Dave Kovas did reach out to the fire marshal, but to my knowledge, he has not received any feedback so far.
And wouldn't it be typical that a fire agency would want to have feedback prior to development of a fire management plan?
Yes.
And can you talk about when it is typical that those plans will be formulated in the permitting process?
Yeah, the typical timing for working out the specifics of a fire management plan is prior to construction. I believe the typical conditions from FSEC are usually 90 days prior to construction that the plan is finalized. And a critical piece to being able to work out those details is that you need the design further along, closer to final, and also having the EPC contractor on board, which comes later in the development process as you get closer to construction, because the EPC contractor will be the one to really understand the process of construction, and they'll have the feedback necessary to have those discussions with the fire marshal and the rural fire district, the county, and with FSEC.
And actually for everyone else here that maybe isn't as clever as you, can you talk about what an EPC is?
Yeah, I wish I actually knew what that acronym stands for off the top of my head, but it is the and I guess it's engineering, building, design. It's the contractor that's brought in to do the final design and construction of the project.
All right, and that contractor would typically be involved how in the final planning?
They would take quite a bit of ownership over these final pre-construction plans, such as the emergency management plan and fire management plan, and as well as the stormwater, the SWIP plan, the erosion sediment control plan, because they're doing the final design and they would be rolling out the actual construction.
Okay, so unless any councilors or others need to have acronyms defined or described, that will be the end of our redirect questions.
Thank you. Anticipated that I was going to ask that same acronym question. Council members, as far as the land use mitigation measures just discussed or the fire planning and mitigation, any questions from council members that raises? All right, seeing and hearing none. Mr. Mann, I think you clarified again as to when and how that fire management plan would be developed as far as timing. We have a little bit of time. Let me come back to Mr. Harper and see what recross you think your time estimate is, if we can get that in before lunch, or do you need time to reformulate?
I can recross before lunch.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Ms. McLean, just a couple of questions, and I really mean just a couple of questions. First thing is this. You just testified that the county didn't provide any conditions of approval, and I think that's correct. If I could ask Ms. Massengale to go back to Exhibit 2. We've seen this before. And Ms. Maskell, if you would, go to page 5. That's the last page of the document. Ms. McLean, this is the Benton County Code, Chapter 11.50, regarding variance and conditional use processing. we agreed that this code did not change during the course of the operative application process here.
I
So with
apologize.
that-
I apologize. Could you redirect me to which exhibit you wanted open on
Absolutely.
which page?
That's Exhibit 2. Let me be more specific so everybody's on the same page. Benton County Exhibit 2006. And I would like Ms. McLean and the council members to look at page 5 of 5, the last page.
Go ahead.
All right, sorry, I think we're just getting off mute here. For the council members looking for some of these exhibits, these are cross-exam exhibits that were submitted in the more recent days than the pre-filed testimony you got in June and July. So Mr. Harper is referring to an exhibit that's only now probably being uploaded as staff received them over the weekend. So they're displaying these cross-exam exhibits. And if you went back and looked, Mr. Harper, 2006, that exhibit really did just come in Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Is that correct?
That is fair, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, again, council members, as we navigate this first day and are hearing about cross-exam exhibits, they may not be included with pre-filed testimony, but they'll make their way into the SharePoint folder and make their way onto the FSIC public website as well, as staff can keep up with the onslaught of documents that we're all having. All right, Mr. Harper, go ahead on this. We've got it on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Maskell, if you could just scroll down to so that the highlighted portion is fully visible. There we go. Thank you. So, Ms. McLean, the question that I asked a moment ago related to your testimony, the county didn't provide any conditions of approval. Can we agree that based on this code provision 1150.040 final paragraph, it's the applicant's burden to present sufficient evidence to allow the various conclusions to be made, and consequently, if there is not evidence of all necessary reasonable conditions identified by the applicant, then the conditional use application is to be denied? Can we agree that's what this says?
Yeah, I'm reading the same text as you. I agree.
Okay. Now, Ms. Massengale, could we go to Exhibit 5, Benton County Cross-Exam Exhibit 2009? Ms. McLean, this is the pre-filed written testimony of Greg Wendt, the Benton County planning director, actually community development director, who you'll be hearing from in a moment, or actually after lunch. Mr. Wendt's testimony, as you can see here, is that there are no mitigation measures to accommodate the permanent loss of agricultural land. Now, when we talked earlier, Ms. McLean, I was a little bit shaky on whether the 72,428 acres was the lease boundary or some other polygon. I can represent to you now, I double checked. The 72,428 is the lease boundary identified in the amended ASC, comes out to 113 square miles. I'm going to ask you this question. I think I know what your answer is going to be. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Wendt that in fact there are no mitigation measures that deal with the 113 square mile replacement on the landscape of this agricultural land with the 4.7 wind facility?
I disagree with the statement that the entire facility lease boundary, the 72,000 acres and some, would be permanently displacing, agricultural uses. As I said, that the key is to look more at the permanent impact footprint, which is a much, much smaller acreage. And I would disagree. I think there are mitigation measures to ensure that that the land use is that the project's use is consistent with the other uses in the zone, which is the dryland wheat uses that are currently happening out there. And those mitigation measures are captured in the project's design.
Fair enough. But when I asked you questions early this morning, and again, in response to the questioning of Scout's own attorney, Mr. McMahon, you acknowledged there are no specific land use mitigation measures as part of this ASC, correct?
The mitigation measures related to land use are part of the project design. So they are the ASC essentially.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aramburu, let's come to you for any recross that TCC might have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McLean. We've talked about the Moon memo and the reduction in the number of turbines. Isn't it true that the FAA has only permitted a certain number of wind turbines on this project?
I don't know that if that's true or not. I think that I'm assuming you're referring to a preliminary filing with the FAA where we provide preliminary locations for turbines and to see if there's any foreseen hazards from an aeronautical perspective. But like with any proposed wind project in the nation, the final location of wind turbines have to be submitted to the FAA for a final hazard analysis.
I understand, but do you understand that the FAA has required that only a certain number of turbines be permitted on this site, and that is less than the 244?
I don't agree with that statement. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it's true, actually.
Okay, okay. You talked about the reaching out to the fire, Benton County Fire number 1. You haven't tried to reach out to them yourself, have you?
We talked about this earlier. No, I haven't, but my understanding is that Dave Kobus has reached out to the fire district or to the fire marshal for Benton County.
And have you seen any emails that have been sent or any correspondence been sent at all to the fire marshal requesting coordination?
I personally have not seen those. I've just been told that that occurred by my team.
You've talked a great deal about fire control plans, and you've indicated that those are part of the final review process by FSIC. Does the public get notice of those fire control plans when they're submitted for review just prior to construction?
I don't believe that there's a public notice that goes out, but I know that all of these materials would be made available to the public if requested. But the mechanics of what's noticed by FSEC, I would direct that question to maybe one of the FSEC staff.
And can you tell me what the public involvement is in the approval of the fire control plans?
I think at that point, the council has made a decision about the project. And so there isn't really a public comment period on those plans. It's more discussion with the stakeholders and the experts of the field to make sure that these fire control plans and emergency response plans are adequate to ensure the public safety.
But neither public notice or public involvement in that decision making, correct?
Like I said, I would direct that question to an FSEC staff member in terms of what the public notice requirements are.
Okay, and thank you. And if, let's suppose that Benton County Fire District says we don't agree with your fire control plan that you've submitted to us, what's going to happen then?
Can you repeat the first part? Kind of glitched out a little bit. Who at Benton County did you say?
Let's suppose that the applicant, you've talked about all sorts of fire control plans in your reply testimony, and I've read that. I'm aware of those. And I presume that the plan is for the applicant to submit a fire control plan to the fire district. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what if the fire district says, we can't agree with that? We're not going to agree with that. We don't think that's appropriate given the circumstances of this project. What's going to happen then?
I think that they will if they have concerns with the fire plan, then it will go back to the applicant. They'll discuss, try to reach an agreement. But ultimately, I don't think that the decision of whether or not to approve it's not an approval decision, because the approval decision of the project is made by FSEC or by the council. And so the fire district will be compelled to come to the table and negotiate this agreement with the council or with the applicant.
The plan is to have EPSA tell the fire district what the fire control plan is going to be, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I think that FSEC will be very interested to know what the fire district's concerns are and what their input is, because that's how the plan will be functional. But it won't be up to them to decide to try to stop the project by not approving the fire plan.
Good. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. McLean.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ramber, particularly for clarifying that at the very end there. Ms. Volkers, any other recross?
Nothing further from the acclamation. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McMahon, any further redirect that or clarifications the applicant needs to make?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, then, council members or Ms. McLean, because otherwise we'll release her and won't have her back after lunch, at least as to this land use testimony. All right, hearing no questions from council members, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and we also probably can get Mr. Wendt, I think, on at maybe 1:30. Mr. Harper, that's going to be your witness. Do you think he'd be available at 1:30 instead of 2:30 today?
I do.
Okay, so Chair Drew, what I'd like to do is recess for lunch, have everybody come back at 1:30, and we'll resume with the adoption of Mr. Wendt's testimony, and then cross-exam is scheduled to be at half an hour from the applicant, another half an hour from Mr. Aramburu on behalf of TCC, and then another half hour perhaps from Ms. Volkers for the Yakima Nation. And we'll go around again for any redirect as needed. And I know Ms. Reineveld hasn't listed any questions or cross-exam. She's pre-scheduled, but I'm taking it that Ms. Reineveld will let us know if she wants to interject and ask any questions as we go. All right, thank you all. Yes, Ms. Volkers.
Oh, Your Honor, if I may, there was a discussion during this morning's conference with council about returning to the conversation on scheduling at lunch. So should the parties themselves plan to be back before 1:30, or are we no longer discussing the rearrangement of wildlife testimony?
Let's come back at 1:20 and have a brief housekeeping session so we can talk about what the impacts on Ms. Perlmutter's availability or unavailability might be. So council will come back at 1:20, council members at 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Volkers, for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're at recess until 1:20 for the council and 1:30 for the council members. All right, council members, we're now going to move back into the formal hearing session. We've been talking since about 1:20 about some developments, and in some, for this formal part of the adjudication, I talked to the parties about formal admission of exhibits. The pre-filed testimony, once it's adopted, is going to be considered admitted, and Ms. Massengale is going to be keeping track on a master exhibit list of which exhibits have been discussed and admitted. The cross-examination exhibits in a normal hearing would come up and be offered individually by counsel. And at this time, Mr. Harper had indicated, yes, he would have liked to formally moved to admit all of the county's cross-exam exhibits. Those were submitted to the council over the course of the weekend and even this morning. Ms. Massengale will get those uploaded into the council SharePoint. And I asked Mr. McMahon whether he had any objections to those exhibits. He did not. And given that it was his witness, he's the only one who really had a right to object to those cross-exam exhibits. So all of the Benton County cross-exam exhibits are now admitted and part of the record. Ms. Willa Perlmutter is one of the applicant's attorneys, and she had prepared for some of the witnesses, Jansen and Ramick, that'll be scheduled for tomorrow. She tested positive for COVID and is not feeling particularly well today, as you might expect, and is doing what she can to get better and come back. So what you probably came in on as you came back on at 1:30 is a change in the schedule for tomorrow. If we'll talk about this again in the morning, but it looks like Jansen and Ramey will be rescheduled, possibly as late as next Friday. But it's a moving, flexible target now, so we can accommodate everything and get it done in the time we've allocated. So today we're going to take the Wendt testimony sponsored by the county. And when that's done, we'll adjourn for the day. We may have a little council roundtable for procedural discussion afterward. And so we'll have a little bit of extra time today to kind of address your, how do I find this document question and make sure you're navigating SharePoint correctly. And again, we won't be deliberating anything today. We'll just be talking about procedural, make sure everybody's comfortable being ready each day. As for the other reschedules, we'll try to make sure at the end of each day that we know where we're going and make sure the council members are adequately warned about what they need to be done for the next day. So we can talk about those procedural matters as well at the end of today's hearing when we have our little council what's going on session. All right, Mr. Wendt, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Yes.
All right, good afternoon. I'm going to have you adopt your testimony after I swear you in and have Mr. Harper go over whether or not there's any changes to it. And then we'll have cross-examination scheduled by the applicant's attorneys. They estimate it should be a half hour or so. And then Mr. Aramburu from Tri-City Cares. And then the Yakima Nation has also asked Shona Volkers or one of her colleagues will be doing the cross-examination as well. So hopefully in the next hour and a half, we've heard everything that you've got to offer as well in cross-exam, and then Mr. Harper will come back with any redirect items that need to be recovered. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. And do you, Greg Wendt, solemnly swear or affirm that all testimony you'll provide today via your pre-filed testimony and any other answers you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harper, if you'd please identify the exhibits that Mr. Wendt is sponsoring and adopting, that'll help those of us keeping score at home to make sure we've got all of that, and Ms. Massengale will be able to mark the exhibit list accordingly.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Your Honor and council members. Mr. Wendt, you are here to sponsor your pre-filed testimony, Exhibit 2001, Exhibit A to your pre-filed testimony, Exhibit 2002, and your pre-filed reply testimony, Exhibit 2004_R. Is that consistent with your understanding, Mr. Wendt?
That is correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, I think that's it for me for now.
Mr. Wendt, did you have any updates or changes to any of those exhibits that Mr. Harper listed?
I do not.
All right. And so we'll consider those admitted to the record as your pre-filed testimony. Mr. McMahon, I'm going to turn him over to you for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for Ms. Massengale, we are going to cite exhibits 1055X and 1057X, and those are the only ones that we'll be using for cross-examination.
Put those up on the screen in any order right now.
You're muted perhaps.
Sorry. Mr. McMahon, were you asking Ms. Massengale to put any of those up on the screen right now?
No, I know that we sent Mr. Wendt through his attorney these exhibits. I don't think they need to be up on the screen, but if it's helpful to anybody to have them on the screen, that could certainly happen. Excuse me.
Okay, you go ahead and commence with your questions and we'll go from there.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wendt. Tim McMahon. We've seen each other before. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your engagement here. I know it's all sides of fun for you. So anyway, happy to have you here. To start out, you have reviewed Council Order 883. Is that correct?
I did, and I'm going to have it in my hands right now.
That's very convenient. And just quoting several things from that testimony on page 7 through 8. The council stated that under established precedent for a minimum.
Cooks up to this pretty.
Sorry, I think there's some disturbance on the line. Okay, let's try again. So you're aware of Order 883, and to quote from the order, the council found that under the established precedent for a minimal threshold for determining land use consistency, the facility is consistent and in compliance with Benton County's land use provisions. Do you dispute that determination from the council?
Not from the council, no.
All right. And the council goes on in this order and states at section 6, page 9, the applicant has met its burden of proof of demonstrating that the site is consistent and in compliance with Benton County's comprehensive plan and applicable zoning ordinances in effect at the time the application was filed, as required by RCW 8050-090 sub 2. Are you aware of that finding?
Yes.
And do you dispute that finding?
No.
And then finally, on page 9, the matter shall be set for adjudication to consider any conditions which might be required for the construction, operation, and maintenance of the facility in the GMAAD, consistent with Benton County's conditional use criteria, in effect at the time the application for site certification was filed with FSEC. And again, you are aware, I assume, of that determination?
I am. I do understand it needs to be consistent with the CUP criteria. Yes.
As defined by the siting council, right?
Yes.
And by the way, just I'm experiencing a little bit of whatever allergy 100-degree weather in Portland brings on. So if my voice is a little scratchy, and it is, I apologize for that. I also have a tendency to talk fast. So, and I'm cognizant of that. So you can ask me to slow down if that gets in your way.
It's all fine. It's fine. So I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you. So as the county has considered that order, isn't it true that the county has not, in fact, has declined to offer any conditions or suggest any conditions for the permitting of the facility by FSEC?
Well, the burden for conditions is upon the applicant, but certainly the county reviewed this application and you know, a conditional use permit application needs to, it's not a permitted, it's not a permitted use. It's a conditional use. And so there are requirements that need to be developed and criteria that has to be met.
The question was, the county, in fact, has not offered any suggested conditions to the siting council, has it?
No.
All right. When we first met you, and I don't know if you remember in June, July of 2020, we met you in the halcyon days when we thought that we could file this application locally and move along. But when we first met you, Scout had the Nine Canyon project had been permitted. And in Order 883, I assume that you noted that the council also referred to that, siting council referred to that as a permitted Benton County wind project, right?
Benton County did approve a wind project for Nine Canyon back in 2008, correct?
Okay. And isn't it true that the Nine Canyon site is on the same landscape, essentially the same landscape as Horse Heaven?
It is adjoining it, correct?
Yeah. And it is also, like Horse Heaven, an unirrigated dryland wheat property, right?
Generally.
And it is immediately adjacent to urban or urbanizing landscape, Nine Canyon?
I wouldn't call it urbanizing. It's next to our rural end designations.
But adjacent to an urban area, correct?
No.
How close is the nearest home to Nine Canyon?
Well, a single family home is not urbanizing.
Yeah, how
an urban growth area is about, I don't know, 3.5 miles away. We have a lot of rural and designated lands between an urban growth area and our GMA ag zone. And that's typically where you see a lot of the residential development occurring, is in a lot of those lots are pre-GMA. A lot of them are were done in the early stages of growth management, and they're infilling over time. So a lot of what you see out there is rural development that allows a mixture of hobby farms and agriculture and things like that.
Well, you actually led me to a different question, so we'll go ahead and go there. So it is true then that the county has authorized many homes, residences in the rural area, not within the urban growth boundary?
If it's designated rural lands, rural development under the state law, absolutely within the state law, we have rural lands 5 zoning, we have rural lands 20 zoning. And those areas don't have to be de-designated out of GMA Ag for incompatible uses. That was done back when GMA was first established, and we had a lot of rural land development in those designations in our comp plan.
And the county still has a lot of rural land development, right?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Still-
I mean, those areas are fairly large, but the minimum lot sizes are large as well, to keep the rural character out in those areas.
So the development of a lot of rural residential lands maintains the rural character?
Yeah, absolutely. In the rural lands, absolutely.
Okay.
In
Back
rural
to
development.
Canyon. Sorry, Mr. Wayne, did you want to finish something? Okay, I don't mean to talk over you, so.
It's all good. I apologize.
I'll try to be respectful.
Sorry.
All right. So the zoning for 9 Canyon and the zoning at the time for 7 we originally came to talk to you, was the same zoning, right?
There were some differences. While it was the GMA Ag zone, there were some changes to our zoning. Specifically in 2012, the conditional use permit criteria had changed. The criteria that 9 Canyon was approved under and the criteria that this is being tested under are different. And the burden is on the applicant, as stated in the CUP criteria, and that is a significant difference. We've also had the ag land study done for our GMA ag lands to preserve and protect from incompatible uses and designate those areas. And so that's been done, as well as our 2006 comprehensive plan was completely rewritten in 2018. It has all new goals and policies and directives as it relates to our ag lands. So the GMA ag zone continues to implement our comprehensive plan and our applicable land use laws and protect it from incompatible uses.
I understand that. So are you aware of the closest distance from the 9 Canyon to homes?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
All right. And when the county approved 9 Canyon, then there were three projects that were consecutively approved. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know a whole lot about those projects.
And isn't it true that those projects were all approved subject to a State Environmental Policy Act determination of mitigated non-significance, or MDNS? Is that correct?
Somebody had told me that, but I haven't reviewed them.
Well, so you have no reason to suspect that I'm incorrect in saying that no environmental impact statement was required for those projects and they were approved through an MDNS?
I can't, under the court of law, I can't answer the question. I don't know.
I'm not making you, I'm not a court of law here. I'm just trying to understand what you know.
I know very little about those projects. I'll put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, I think you do know about the conversations that we had in 2020, and we have two exhibits in the record. One is a letter dated July 1, 2020 from Dave Kobus, or from you, excuse me, to Dave Kobus. And in that letter, do you need to have this pulled up? Do you have in your hand, Mr. Wen?
What's the date of it?
Yeah, July 1, 2020.
Yes, a zoning determination interpretation.
Right.
Got it.
All right. And in issuing that determination, you recall that
Hold on. Can you say the exhibit number?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Yeah. Exhibit 1055X.
Give Lisa a moment to put it up on the screen.
All right. Sorry, Lisa. Did we have a Lisa? All right. Mr. Wait, you and I, of course, have this letter in front of us, and the others can see it on the screen. And we can scroll if any party wants, but my only purpose in asking the question is I assume you acknowledge that on July 1, 2020, we were working in tandem or in cooperation with the county to come to the bottom of, to determine the correct zoning designations for wind facilities, solar facilities, and the like. Is that correct?
I do remember that, yes.
Yeah. And in fact, on page 2, we also asked, and the county provided confirmation that the battery energy storage facility itself was considered, your interpretation was part of a solar power generator. Is that correct?
I don't remember the conversation necessarily, but that is what this reads.
Right. And it states in the letter, second page, with this, excuse me, with this, a conditional use permit is required for a wind turbine facility, cites a code, and a conditional use is required for a solar power general, I think you meant generation facility major, cites the code. You remember that, or do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And then on a series of emails that we exchanged on January 11, 2021, so a bit after that, do you recall that we asked the planning department, you, for confirmation of a number of things, including compatibility, whether the use was an allowable use, et cetera? Do you recall those discussions that we had?
I can remember after looking at this, when I saw this this weekend, I remember writing the email. I don't remember what I reviewed. This was a pretty busy time for us. I don't specifically remember what you guys had submitted to me to look at. I can't recall what that information was.
But you do, of course, acknowledge that you wrote this email.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wrote the email. I just don't remember what.
And you have no
reviewed.
reason to change or modify the content of that email and the confirmations that are in that email?
I don't feel.
I'm gonna object. Wait a minute. I'm gonna object. If Mr. McMahon is stating that there are confirmations contained in that email that somehow relate to conditions of compatibility or a position of compatibility, I think he needs to identify what portion of the email he's talking about.
Yeah, and Mr. McMahon, this is Judge Torum. There's a little bit more speaking over each other than the court reporter can keep up with. So I'm going to just ask everybody to speak a little bit more slowly, a little bit more deliberately. And I'll put the burden, Mr. McMahon, actually on you. If the witness is talking, let him finish the statement, and then we'll come back. But I'm sure Mr. Went will work with you on that. Ms. Massengale's anticipated that you're talking about the emails between January 8th and 11th of 2021. They're in Exhibit 1057X, as she's identified. That's up on the screen. Mr. McMahon, can you confirm that's the email exchange you and Mr. Went are discussing?
Yes, it is. And apologies for talking over Mr. Wentz.
All right. So as to the objection, Mr. Harper, I'm sustaining that and directing Mr. McMahon to dial us in a little bit more as to what Mr. Went said in the email. And also, I think I wanted to clarify on your point whether Mr. Went could speak to what conditions he would impose or for a conditional use permit, or how that process might work if he's the decision authority, had this come to the county, or is there some other governmental body, so that the council members for FSEC can understand a little bit more of the context of this email and the discussions before the application was filed with FSEC. Mr. McMahon, if you could address that I think that'll help set the scene a little better for what we're talking about.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Went, as I recall, our circumstance on January 11, 2021, we were talking with you and your department about, we were at the time considering and seeking your input on how to draft portions of the application for site certification. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, so you don't recall having those discussions where we were seeking your input on how to describe particularly.
I remember having conversations, but I don't.
think we're not going to talk over each other right now. I think so. We had conversations involving you on getting concurrence on how we would describe land use in the application for site certification. Do you recall that?
I remember being on WebEx calls. I do not remember what specifically we discussed. No,
Okay.
it was
Fair
3
enough.
years ago. I've had lots and lots of meetings between that since then. I don't.
And probably just a few email exchanges too, I suppose. Do you recall though, in 2020 and 2021, ever telling the applicant that this project would be incompatible with local land use?
I told when he finally decided to move forward to, I can remember having a meeting with him in the meeting room with him and a gentleman from out of state, that the county, it would be a very difficult application for the county to support.
Excuse me,
And
but is
due
him-
to incompatibility.
Sorry,
And,
is it him, Mr. Kobus?
that would be Mr. Kobus, correct?
Okay, but this communication, sir, does not state that the project would be incompatible with local land use, does it?
I don't remember seeing that, other than in the last paragraph, it talks about how the burden is on the applicant to provide that information and provide the compatibility to us. That was that was a burden on the applicant to provide that, and still to this day we have yet to see that.
And when we had the discussions, you never characterized the project as an industrial development, did you? In writing, in this information?
Not in writing, but that's part of the burden of the applicant to go through the process. We didn't even have an application.
Well, except, if I may, we were asking you, the county, for confirmation on how to describe this use and how to write this narrative for FSEC. And you never, in fact, characterized this as an industrial land use in those conversations, did you?
I don't know. It's not written here.
Right, so it's not written there. You didn't say it in here that that's what it was. And now you don't remember. Is that what you're saying?
Do I remember the conversation that we had? No, I've already
Oh.
repeated that. I've said it twice.
Okay, that's fine. So moving along here, from reviewing the comprehensive plan, I noted that the county considers shrub steppe to be a highly valuable land for native species. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also designated in Title 15 of our critical area ordinance as a species of local importance, I do believe,
Yes.
in our Fish and Wildlife chapter.
Let me ask you, does the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife testify at hearings where conversion of habitat lands to residential development has been approved? Do they ever testify?
They provide us written comments and mitigation. We were just on the phone with them 2 weeks ago, having that conversation, trying to place a project, and we're working through mitigation through our critical area ordinance, and Fish and Wildlife was very helpful to do that.
That's great. But as to the proposal for residential subdivisions, for example, does the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife show up at hearings for residential subdivisions and comment on those requests?
In person?
Sure.
I haven't seen them in person, but we certainly have a lot of discussions with them. And
Okay.
they make written comments through the SEPA process.
So for a subdivision, would you typically see the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife make comments on subdivision proposals?
Some we've sat down with them on a large subdivision out in Badger Canyon where they were doing a redesign, and we worked with them to redesign where the road was going to go and have set aside areas for priority habitats, and so we could move the houses around to try to preserve and protect the different locations. And so yeah, we've worked with them many times to come up with critical that we always send applicants to them to help develop the critical area reports. So certainly they're an integral part of our process, and we appreciate them.
But do they show up in residential subdivision applications or other major permit applications and take a position? Do they ever say, this shouldn't be approved because this is on shrub step land? Do they ever do that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't understand what the purpose of asking Mr. Lent the position of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in subdivision applications. There's been no foundation link for this. It's become argumentative as well. So, Your Honor, those are my.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I think you unmuted just about the time I was going to ask Mr. McMahon where this examination was going. Mr. McMahon, if you could respond to the relevance question that Mr. Harper raised, that will help me and the county or the council members here for FSEC understand why we're asking about another state agency commenting in Benton County.
Yes, Your Honor. It's really about whether the county and whether the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife restricts, controls the development of land that is habitat land. Many comments from agencies, including the county, talk about impacts of the Horse Heaven project with respect to both habitat and agricultural land. So I'm just trying to find out if that's information and positions taken unique to this project, or if these agencies in fact show this great concern beyond what is proposed for the Horse Heaven project.
And Your Honor, that has no tendency to demonstrate anything of relevance to the conditional use permit criteria before this council.
Yeah, I would sustain the objection, Mr. Harper, but I think I'm going to redirect a question to Mr. Wendt that is within the bounds, I think, of your objection. And again, if you find my question is similarly objectionable to that of Mr. McMahon, please let me know. I'm trying to help the council see what's relevant here. Mr. Wendt, I think what's being asked, and again, subject to being wrong, is do you have state agencies like Fish and Wildlife ever testify in comment hearings, show up in person regarding any conditional use permits in the county? We'll start broadly.
Yes, I can. Within the last year and a half, we did have a WebEx Planning Commission meeting where there was a staff member from Fish and Wildlife out of the Ellensburg office who did attend and did comment on a subdivision.
And does any of those comments coming from Fish and Wildlife hold a greater sway with you as a state government agency than other comments that are coming in?
No, we value a Fish and Wildlife similar to we value DNR or we value ecology. They're all reviewing agencies that we deal with all the time on all of our projects. They all get copies of the SEPA applications and they all submit comments, and those are just agencies and staff that we're used to working with.
And I think part of the nuance of Mr. McMahon's intended scope here or intended inquiry was whether those comments are controlling versus just considered.
Okay, well, they comment, typically you'll see a lot of their comments through the SEPA process. So through the SEPA process, that certainly becomes more controlling than if it was a CUP criteria item. And so I would say that I can't remember the last time if a state agency requested an item through SEPA that we would not include that in. If we were going to do a DNS or an MDNS, that we would not include that as a condition through the MDNS process.
All right, so if I understand correctly, then most of the time requested mitigation measures through SEPA or perhaps showing up at another form of hearing tend to be followed and worked into the ultimate permit.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Part of our
Mr.
job.
McMahon, I'm going to tender the witness back to you. I hope I picked up on where you were going.
By and large, Your Honor, thank you. I do have one question kind of along these lines, maybe two, depending on how this goes. Does the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife ever provide comment that habitat conversions are negatively impacting ferruginous hawk habitat?
I would probably, to that detail, I can't I would probably defer that to be better answered by Michelle Cook. the planning manager, from the standpoint of she's probably read those in more detail than I have, over the course, if you're looking for the last six or 12 months.
Okay, fair enough. We'll be talking to her as well. Moving on to compatibility as defined by your zoning code. So of the 5 conditional use criteria that you testify about in your testimony, there's one of those 5 that truly dominates, and that is in fact the so-called compatibility test, correct?
Yes.
But before we go on, if I could just clarify something that's related to this. In your testimony, you, I think 3 times, characterized the project as a 75,000 acre project, and characterized 75,000 acres in terms of losing agricultural or farming activity. Do you recall that from your testimony?
Yeah, I thought it was 72,000.
72, that may be more accurate. So you're not implying that 72,000 acres would be entirely removed from farming, are you?
I believe it was already established earlier today that that was the project boundary.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
just because.
No, I'm understanding of that.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. And so the project does not, in your view, cause the cessation of farming on 75,000 acres, does it?
No, it could potentially fragment it and cause some potential impacts depending on how you're going to be accessing and some of the activities out there. But in general, no, probably not 75,000, 72,000 acres.
Okay, so to punctuate that, you indicated if access, works, that it wouldn't cause fragmentation, right? Access into the.
I don't understand the question.
All right, you indicated that it might not be 75,000 acres of impact depending upon how the project is accessed. Are there other attributes that would say that it's certainly nowhere near 75,000 acres?
I guess I'm a little bit confused.
Growing agricultural use.
Yeah, I mean, the project boundary is 72,000 acres. You guys have stated that you're going to permanently impact 11,800. Is that correct?
No, I don't remember 11,800. I think it's more like 7,000.
Or excuse me, 6,008. Yeah, sorry, 6,800.
Right. All right. Okay. So compatibility in the zoning code, and I'm looking at your definition, subsection 53, states that compatibility means the congruent arrangement of land uses and/or project elements to avoid, mitigate, or minimize to the greatest extent reasonable conflicts, right? That is how you define compatibility.
Correct.
So just digging in a little bit, does this generally mean then that development will not interfere with the ongoing use of the land or nearby land? Is that an attribute of compatibility?
I mean, compatibility, I think it's more, does it create a greater conflict with the allowed uses in the zone is really what we're trying to dive into here.
That is what we're trying to dive into. That's why I'm asking you, is interference with ongoing use of land or nearby land an attribute of compatibility?
It's a small part of it. It's a small portion, but you also have all the existing uses that you just mentioned. You have the future uses. I mean, everybody out there is allowed a permitted use. It's not allowed to have, a 72,000 acre project, but it is allowed to have the list of 19 allowable uses that we have in this county can land on each and every one of those parcels. And those are the ones we need to protect.
You just said it's not allowed to have a 72,000 acre project. Those were your words.
Well, and that was bad use of words. It's not an outright allowed use.
I understand.
It's allowed conditionally.
I understand.
Where there are outright allowed uses that you need to show that you're less objectionable then.
Less objectionable than what?
That you create less conflict than those permitted uses.
Okay, so let's walk through some of this. So is whether or not a use would undermine another use, is that an attribute of incompatibility?
What does undermine mean?
Destroy, make impracticable. I assume that that would be a factor in determining compatibility or not, right?
I don't fully understand it, so I don't know.
Okay. What about whether a use would force any changes in the practices of farming?
Well, farming is a permitted use, so if you're going to create the test, the test is, are you in greater conflict? So I would certainly hope you wouldn't be doing that, but are you accessory to and ancillary to and furthering and supporting agriculture is really the most important part there.
But there are uses that can actually force a change in farming practices, aren't there?
I would assume. I think farming is always changing, and I think farmers are always trying to do things to improve their industry, and so absolutely. And that's
Mr. White, that
those
wasn't a
those are
question.
the type of uses we're trying to encourage out there that help farmers.
Well, I understand that, but the question was whether there are uses out there that could in fact force a change in agricultural or farming practices.
What's out there? I don't understand.
In the rural landscape near the farms, there are uses that can conceivably force changes in farming practices. For example, let's just say a residential development that comes so close to a farm that it impairs or impacts the ability of the farmer to farm. That's just a hypothetical.
Yeah, but if you do good land use planning, there's ways of buffering that and allowing it to happen. If you have a residential development, typically rural development out in this area, the lots are of size, and you have hobby farms and different things and agriculture going on anyway. There's usually not an impact to a neighboring farmer's operation. They're all like uses. A lot of our uses in the RL5 are also permitted uses in our GMA ag zone, so they're all very compatible.
Can you conceive of uses, land uses that would increase the cost of farming?
Well, I mean, you can go down the list of allowable uses. We can and see if any of those increase the cost of farming. And I'm happy to do that. We have agriculture, agricultural buildings, agricultural related industries, agricultural stands, a home, domestic animal raising. I mean, all those things are all the permitted uses out there support and encourage agriculture. They're all there to allow agriculture to function and prosper.
Yes, I understand that. So you can't imagine uses that could actually make it more expensive or increase the cost of farming for agricultural operators.
I don't see that on our list of allowed uses.
Now, when the county found 9 Canyon to be permissible, I assume that whomever made that decision made a determination that it was a congruent arrangement of land uses.
I have no idea.
But a permit, 3 permits were issued that must have made that determination, right?
I haven't read them, but I mean, they issued conditional uses. The CUP criteria is different, but I would assume that would be the case, but it would be an assumption on my part.
All right. So as compared to other activities for 9 Canyon, you are not aware of any specific or objection or objective ability to prove one way or the other whether that project was considered to be incompatible?
I don't know.
Okay. So for Horse Heaven, while the Siting Council has found conformance with and it is, and that horse heaven is consistent. By your view that the project is incompatible, is that because the wind turbines are taller?
No, it's because of, well, I mean, certainly that's part of it. I mean, we're talking about the size, the mass, the location, just the overall scope of the project as it relates to the permitted uses in the zone.
So what
It's
I'm
an
hearing,
industrial use. It's not an agricultural use.
so you just use this term industrial use again. That term
Yes.
again was never applied to Nine Canyon, was it?
I have no idea. I didn't
All right.
review Nine Canyon. I
So-
haven't looked at one document regarding Nine Canyon.
Okay, that very well. So you're considering this project to be an industrial use, like I don't know, a oil terminal? Is it akin to an oil terminal?
I'm happy to compare an oil terminal versus this. I mean, bring me plans. I'll take a look at them.
Okay, all right. And the Horse Heaven project is not anticipated to displace any land use, is it?
Well, it's removing agriculture. It's not in compliance with, our long-term commercially significant ag lands. It's an incompatible use.
I understand that. The question, though, is, isn't it true that Horse Heaven, you have no objective information that would indicate that Horse Heaven will displace any land use?
Displace. I guess maybe you
Yeah,
need to
remove, whatever.
Well, you guys have stated earlier today you're removing agriculture.
So you do understand that a discrete number of acres will be used for placement of wind turbines, and around those acres, this land will be farmed. You do understand that, certainly, don't you, Mr. Wendt?
I understand that your plan is to continue farming portions of the 72,000 acres, yes.
In fact, the vast majority, some 90+%, will continue farming, isn't it?
Okay, it's your application, not mine.
I'm just checking on whether or not you think there's something different with this application that I don't understand. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read. Have you had an opportunity to read Mr. Wiley's testimony?
I did early, but I don't really recall it. I mean, it was a couple weeks ago.
All right, well, I'm just going to read something to you and see if you concur or not. And he actually, on page 5 of his rebuttal testimony, states, I disagree with Mr. Wendt's statement that construction and operation of the project is inconsistent with the rural character of the Horse Heaven Hills, especially because the project will provide economic stability to a rural community like it has never seen since the first homesteader ran a plow across virgin Horse Heaven soil. I believe the project complements the rural character of the area, both in its physical presence and its economic benefit. In fact, I believe the project is the single change that can protect the rural character of the Horse Heaven Hills for the foreseeable future. He then goes on to talk about further down the page on line number 9, page 6. Throughout my grandfather's fathers, and especially my own life, we have watched thousands of acres of both agricultural and sagebrush covered land be bulldozed for the construction of housing development after housing development. And I'm unsure as to whether or not there was a net positive impact of all the urban expansion of the Tri-Cities. But regardless, it is done now. All those homes lie on land that used to have rural character. So do you disagree with Mr. Wiley's testimony?
Well, I think it's really important to know that those areas that he's talking about with all those housing developments are designated rural. Everybody there has the allowance under growth management in the state of Washington to develop there. We're preserving or protecting our ag lands. We've added 4,000 acres to our ag lands since 2006. We have an active agricultural study that we follow, and we preserve and we protect our agricultural lands. In terms of the other ideas that he has spoken to, we support agriculture, we support the rural character, but at the end of the day, the issue here is this is an industrial project that has to meet the CUP criteria as it relates to our allowed uses. They have to meet the test. And I'm looking at tests 1 through 5. And I think that should be the focus.
Mr. Went, where did these additional agricultural lands come from?
Our ag lands, we did a study in 2018. And as part of that, the criteria for our ag land, long-term commercially significant ag lands, was established. And I think there's 9 or 10 different criteria. And as that, some of our rural lands, some GMA ag land was taken out that didn't necessarily meet the test as much. And then some were put in that met the test. And so with that, there was a net gain of 2,000 or 3,000 acres. I'm assuming the difference then for the 4,000 acres, just looking at it, I don't know of any other modifications other than the GIS practices probably got better from an acreage standpoint from the early 2000s to current to get the 4,000 acre difference.
Do you acknowledge that in the past decade or so that the county has converted some 100,000 acres of habitat land and farmland to rural residential land?
I don't know any acreages for that, no.
Well, I was referring to your testimony where those numbers were derived.
100,000 acres?
Nearly 100,000 acres converted for residential use in approximately the last decade.
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor. That's contrary to the evidence that I established with Ms. McLean. Again, if Mr. McMahon wants to lay a foundation for this question, he needs to do so.
Yeah,
Mr. McMahon, it might help if you can direct him to what page of the testimony so that Mr. Wendt can refresh his recollection and make any clarifications needed.
Yeah, what I would like to do, if I may, is take that up again and recross or withdraw the question, but I would like to keep moving along here if possible.
All right, questions withdrawn.
Mr. Wendt, do you dispute the positive impacts for landowners from the leases for the Horse Heaven facility for the development of the wind facility?
I don't think that's why we're here. We're here to review it under the conditional use permit criteria.
Understood, but you don't dispute though that there will be added value to existing agricultural lands as a consequence of the lease revenues for the project?
I don't know that.
Okay. Let's move on to issues of fire risk. I assume you're familiar that fires are a fairly common occurrence on the Horse Heaven Hills, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
And that the county fire agencies have historically dealt with these fires as a common occurrence?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Wiley, in fact, is a volunteer firefighter?
I didn't know that.
Are you aware that it's pretty common for agricultural operators to kind of pinch hit as firefighters as well?
Sure.
Okay.
That's what you do in rural areas. Everybody helps everybody.
Exactly, right. And that dryland wheat, in fact, is pretty risky for fires, especially due to crop residue?
I would assume.
Okay. Do most farmers or farm operations have some training in fire response?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you're unaware of whether it's common for farmers to be volunteer firefighters?
I assume they do, but as for their training, I have no idea.
Okay. Is there any evidence, Mr. Wendt, in your view, or evidence that your objective evidence, that wind turbines pose any unique or appreciable fire risk?
Well, I think just, once again, we have to take the risk back to the permitted uses. What is it? Does it cause more of a risk than the permitted uses in the zone? That's the question. That's the question the applicant should be providing us.
Well, and we are providing that. I'm asking you not what your code says. I'm asking you as an objective question. Is there any evidence that you're aware of that wind turbines pose any unique or appreciable fire risk? And I'm going to ask you what your code says.
Sure. Well, it's an industrial use, so it's certainly higher than many of the permitted uses, yes.
And Mr. Wendt, you're there again comparing an oil terminal or whatever to a wind farm and saying that it's a risky thing because it's an industrial use. That is not a fair comparison, is it?
Objection, Your Honor. It's just
I
truly
was fine
argument.
with it.
Mr. Harper, can you restate that?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is that is just entirely argumentative.
It is, but I'll overrule the objection. I think Mr. Wendt can answer this within the scope of the back and forth he's had with Mr. McMahon. Mr. Wendt, did you understand the question? Is it a fair comparison on the use of the word industrial for a wind farm versus this oil terminal in the hypothetical?
Well, I view a project of this mass scale, this size, this location, absolutely as an industrial use. I've been doing this for 26 years. I see applications come across this desk every day. I've been in the Columbia Basin for 24 years. There's very few projects that have gone through here that I'm not aware of. I know this is an industrial project.
Okay, but that's an opinion, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes, a subjective opinion. That is not how the Siting Council described this project in Order 883, is it?
Did they state it was an industrial project?
No.
Okay.
Are you aware? I'm still trying to figure out this fire risk. Are you aware of really any fire aside from the Klickitat County fire at the beginning of the wind farm days that I think you mentioned in your testimony? Are you aware of any fire caused by a wind turbine in 20-something years of wind energy operation in the Northwest?
Me personally, I'm not.
Okay. So you are not aware that wind turbines pose some unique hazard or fire risk, are you?
No, but incorporating an industrial project into our ag lands does.
Mr. Wendt, you're back to the industrial,
yes,
the industrial straw man here, and it's a straw man that isn't accurate, right?
I believe it to be an industrial project.
I understand. All right, let's just leave it at that. You believe it's an industrial development, like a oil terminal or whatever. Very well. You're not aware of any wind turbines spontaneously combusting all over the Northwest, I assume.
I have not read that in the news. I have, when they do, we typically read about them. Yes.
Yeah, we would all be talking about that if that happened, wouldn't we? Did you pay attention to the local news and the recent Klickitat County fires?
Not closely, no.
All right. So you're not aware of whether all those turbines burned down when those fires happened in Klickitat County?
I'm not aware. I didn't pay attention to it.
And so you're not aware of livestock and wildlife congregating around wind turbines to protect themselves from fires? You didn't get those news stories? You didn't read that?
No, sir.
All right. I think I might be close to done here. Do you believe, similarly to wind facilities, that solar PV projects uniquely cause fire risk?
Well, all of it. You're talking about having.
You're okay.
You're incorporating a project out into our agricultural areas that has a higher potential for fire than other allowed uses.
Well, what is your objective evidence of that?
Size, scope, mass, facilities, infrastructure.
So size, scope, and mass causes greater fire risk?
Potentially.
Okay. do you think that there is any stronger risk that in fact fire on a solar facility would be from fire coming into the solar facility versus the solar facility itself spontaneously combusting?
I don't have any idea.
And you are not aware of any fires on Nine Canyon other than the recent transmission line maintenance issue. You are not aware, I assume, of any fires at Nine Canyon, right?
I haven't heard, but I also don't track where all the fires are.
Okay. All right, I think I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. I appreciate your testimony.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
All right, we've been going for about an hour and 15 minutes for those of us that came back a little bit before. I'd like to take the next 5 or 6 minutes for everybody just to have a comfort break. We'll come back with cross-examination from Mr. Aramburu and then the Yakama Nation. So 2:40 will come back on the record. All right, it's 2:40. We're going to go back and see where Mr. Aramburu, if he's ready for cross-exam with Mr. Went. And I'm going to ask the parties as they call out witness exhibits that they'd like to be specific if you're, as you refer to them. If you'd like Ms. Maskell to hold them up, or if you're going to be sharing your own screen, fantastic. For those that are looking for Lisa Maskell to put that exhibit up on the screen, if it's going to be a quick reference, great. We really don't need it. If we do need it for council dial in, I've got a more often than not, or line number is going to help us know what we're looking at as the council goes back and reviews questions and answers, and sharing it on the screen, specifically a cross-exam exhibit, that's desired as well. All right, we're going to mute on this end. Mr. Aramburu, you can go ahead with your questions.
Judge Torm, I'm prepared to go ahead with questions. Would it be more efficient to have the cross-examination go first so we're not repeating issues? I can do it either way, whatever your preference is.
When you refer to cross-examination, I think Mr. McMahon was done with his cross-exam, but you're listed for this witness as for a half an hour of time.
Yeah, so my only question is the redirect, excuse me, coming better now and then our questions later?
Let me ask Mr. Harper if you'd like to pick up where Mr. McMahon left off and then come back to Mr. Aramburu, and I'll have to ask if Ms. Volkers would prefer her questions ahead of yours or not. But Mr. Harper, how would you like to proceed?
Well, we're in this somewhat unusual situation where we work off the pre-filed testimony, and then the next thing that happens is cross-examination. I would just have all of whatever we're going to describe as cross-examination take place now, frankly.
Yeah. Mr. Harper, the court reporter's having a little bit of difficulty getting your connection, so we'll just try to go slowly. And Mr. Aramburu, I think I'm with Mr. Harper on this, that he's presented the pre-filed testimony and has listened to the applicant's cross-exam. And I know that I would consider other parties aligned with the county's interest on some of these. So I'd rather have your questions and then the Yakama Nation's questions, and we can then have Mr. Harper redirect on everything that's been asked of Mr. Wendt. And then if we need to, we can go quickly around for recross or re-examination from there. So let's take your TCC's questions built on the pre-filed testimony and anything we've heard from Mr. McMahon.
Okay, happy to proceed. Good afternoon, Mr. Wendt. We have met briefly when we had the COBUS deposition. It's nice to see you again.
As well.
I have a number of questions for you. If don't understand the question, I'm happy to repeat it so we make sure we're clear with each other. So some questions about how Benton County does its business. Are you familiar with the local project review statute?
Yes.
And does local project review statute call for the submission of a complete application for action for
Yes.
permit applications?
Yeah, that's typical to have a complete application. Yes.
And, and when you have a complete application, is there notice given to the public and agencies?
It depends on the type of application.
Well, it's conditional use application.
A conditional use, we take it in and we will establish a complete letter, then a notice of application, and then if a SEPA review is needed at that point, we would send notification out to the agencies and to surrounding property owners.
Project of this scale, would it require a environmental checklist under SEPA?
Absolutely.
Was one submitted to you?
No,
No, there was
We
never
ne-
a
we
complete
never
application.
we never received an application from this applicant.
And so sometimes applicants, I don't know what the experience is in Benton County, but sometimes an applicant will submit an environmental checklist to a local government to see what they think about the projects. That ever happen?
No, that would not be normal practice for somebody to submit one and then not proceed with their application.
Okay.
That would be unusual.
And yeah, in the Benton County has rules that it uses to apply SEPA, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the environmental checklist, are there provisions for review of aesthetic matters?
Yes.
And do those provisions, I'm looking here, I don't want to put it up on the screen, but section 10 of environmental checklist has aesthetics, and it says proposed measures to reduce or control aesthetic impacts, if any. Do you recall that as a provision of an environmental checklist?
Yes.
Okay. So no environmental checklist was submitted here.
No, they submitted their application through FSEC.
Yeah, I understand, but did they tell you when they came in to talk to you that they were going to prepare an environmental impact statement if they made application to the county?
I don't know that I don't remember exactly having that conversation. They certainly knew that would be part of the process because that is a requirement under the conditional use to do so for that type of facility. So yes, they were aware they would have to.
They would have to do an environmental impact statement?
No, that they would have to apply for a SEPA checklist.
Okay.
Sorry.
And does it sometimes happen in Benton County that an applicant will not follow through on the threshold determination process, but simply say, well, we're going to do an EIS for this project and we'll skip all the preliminaries with SEPA?
I'm confused by the question.
Okay. Are you sometimes told for substantial projects in Benton County that an applicant comes in and says, we're going to not have a threshold determination process. We're not going to go through that process. We're just going to do an EIS and skip that. Does that happen?
No,
Doesn't happen.
no, that's part of that's the SEPA process. You have to go through a SEPA checklist, and then the lead agency makes the determination on the environmental impacts and whether or not an EIS is necessary. An applicant doesn't get to choose whether or not that's the process. The lead agency does.
Okay.
Mr. Aramburu, this is Judge Torum. I just want to interject. I don't believe it's appropriate to inquire to what could have happened in the county for SEPA. It's gone to the council, it's gone to FSEC. And if you want to ask, I thought you were going there about whether an application was ever started and withdrawn in the county. Maybe that has some relevance, but I'm trying to understand the relevance of this line of inquiry, and you've already confused the witness at least once. Enlighten me on where we're going.
Very relevant as to whether or not the process in Benton County would have included full SEPA compliance, which includes a complete application, a complete environmental checklist, a threshold determination, a draft impact statement, and a final impact statement. That's all relevant to all the questions that Mr. McMahon asked about the preliminary toing and froing with the county.
All right, but today we're focused on the land use and the conditional use permit requirements. And I don't recall reading any of those requirements into the 5 things that the council has to look at for criteria for conditional use. As you're well aware, we have a significance determination. There was a withdrawal of the expedited application to get an MDNS, and there's a pending final environmental impact statement that I know you've made inquiry about multiple times. That will be in front of the council. What would have been the process in front of Benton County now is the question of the conditional use permit. That's what's relevant today. So with all due respect, let's focus in on that so we can see what Mr. Wendt has to say from TCC's perspective about conditional use permits, not about the overall SEPA process.
Do you apply the SEPA process, Mr. Wendt, to review of conditional use permit applications?
Yes.
Okay. And does that process ordinarily involve submission of a checklist?
Yes.
And a threshold determination?
Yes.
If there is a determination of significance that's issued as a result of the threshold determination, is an environmental impact statement required?
Yes.
In the practice in Benton County, does Benton County require the preparation of a final environmental impact statement in advance of making a decision on a conditional use permit application?
Yes.
Okay. And the county has specific standards for conditional use applications and other applications?
Yes.
Did the applicant ever submit an application to you?
No.
Did he ever sit down with the draft and go through the requirements and ask what was required?
I remember having conversations with the applicant and about, I remember number of turbines, location. I remember the project over time and different conversations that it changed the scope of it. But I mean, they never got to the point where they submitted an application.
Well, Mr. McMahon asked you a number of questions about some preliminaries back with some emails and some other things back
Yes.
in 2020, I recall. Did they submit to you a detailed application that would include the location of the wind turbines?
An official detailed application, no. I do remember having a sheet of paper outlining the Horse Heaven Hills with dots on it.
Okay. Do you remember how many dots?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember that in our conversations over time, the application we probably met with the project manager back in 2018. The project just continued. I mean, the project grew over time in terms of the size and scope of it.
And
To the point where they ended up going to FSEC. I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember generally that was the take I remember.
Okay. And as I recall, there's a Washington State statute, and as I was thinking about the testimony here, I can't remember the citation, but as I recall, in Washington State, nuisance actions are prohibited for ordinary farming activities. Have I got that right? Do I remember that right?
I think typically, yeah, there are, and even Benton County has a nuisance code, and typically, it's very lenient towards agricultural activities, absolutely, because they do work all, throughout the day and throughout the evening, typically.
Okay. And there were some questions to you about fire risk for this property. And some of the discussions back and forth. Did the applicant ever submit well, withdraw that. There were some questions about the fire risks from wind turbines. And did the applicant ever submit to you any scientific data or quantification from reliable sources about the frequency of turbine fires?
No, I don't remember ever having a conversation with the applicant related to anything to do with fire and or fire-related risks.
And is it not the case that a SEPA checklist has a provision on public services? And in that section, the question is, would the project result in increased need for public services? For example, fire protection. Is that included in the Benton County version of the SEPA environmental checklist?
Yeah, everybody has the same version.
Okay. Have you ever seen a video of a burning wind turbine?
I personally have not. No.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Wendt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Aramburu. Ms. Volkers?
Thank you, Your Honor. Try and get everything straight on my screen. Good afternoon, Mr. Wendt.
Hi.
Shona Volkers. For Yakima Nation, we met briefly during Mr. Kobus's deposition.
Yeah, nice to see you.
You as well. I do have a couple questions that will jump around between some of what's already been discussed. Is it fair to say that you have been looking at every project that comes through Benton County for more than 20 years?
Yeah, in Benton County, I have been here for 6.5 to 7. I have been previously, I've been in the Columbia Basin as a public planner for a little over 24 years.
Thank you. I meant to ask about the Columbia River Basin. So thank you for that clarification. In those 24 years of experience, is it fair to say that this is one of the biggest projects that you've seen proposed for this part of the Columbia River Basin?
Completely, yes. Yes, by far.
And is it fair to say that one of the main takeaways from your written testimony as well as today is that the project is incompatible with the GMA-AD zoning designation that is pervasive throughout the project footprint?
Based upon the purpose of that zoning district, this would be an incompatible use. That's correct.
And are you aware that WDFW has made public comments about this project proposal?
I remember back when we had the original public comment periods, hearing from their representatives.
I have a few questions based upon what Mr. McMahon asked you. Michael Ritter, who is WDFW's lead planner for wind and solar, was prohibited by FSEC from testifying in this proceeding, but we were able to ask him questions in the scope of a deposition. And Mr. Ritter testified during his deposition about WDFW's process for engaging on new proposed energy development projects. And rather than talk through that whole process, I'll represent to you today that he used the term collaborative to discuss what is sometimes a years-long engagement between WDFW applicants and the respective regulators for each project. Is it fair to characterize the general engagement between your office and WDFW on projects as collaborative between you as a regulator and WDFW as an interested commentator with specialized expertise?
Yeah, that's how we, as myself and our staff, we have a very collaborative approach with WDFW. Their staff has been great.
And if based upon your own experience, if I represent to you today that the record for this case shows engagement between FSEC and WDFW through both the public SEPA comment process as well as meetings between FSEC staff, WDFW, and Scout Clean Energy over the last number of years to discuss WDFW's concerns with the project, would that be consistent with your experience working with WDFW in your current role?
Yeah, I've always found them to be very engaged.
Shifting now to the Benton County Code's requirements for complete applications. Does Benton County Planning Department require conditional use project applications to include identification of any water source that the proposed development will be relying upon?
Well, it's interesting, you know, that's at the time of application, it's like if it was a conditional use permit that required a SEPA, there is a water resources section in the SEPA that would identify what their water supply is. And so while it may not be a specific listing and requirement of at the time of application, we would then take that information and then carry that on and go and evaluate the conditional use permit criteria and integrate it into 1 through 5 and see if that helps answer any of those questions. In the past, we've had situations here in Benton County where we required a well impairment analysis for a rural, you know, for a conditional use permit to go out and determine whether or not that conditional use would, based upon the amount of water that they're wanting to access, would impair other permitted uses. And so that would help us then be able to determine whether or not it met the conditional use permit criteria. So I don't know if that's kind of a long way around to answer your question, but hopefully it did.
I think you're referring to Benton County Code 171090, which talks about the what all needs to be included in an application, including that SEPA checklist. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as a county, you cannot, under state law, permit new development that impairs existing water right holders, correct?
Well, that would certainly, you know, if it's going through a conditional use permit process, that would certainly be evaluated for sure if it was going to be. You know, if it's an outright permitted use, they need to verify that they have access to legal water at the time of building permit. But conditional uses are certainly different than permitted uses from that standpoint.
Is it fair then to say that it is the county's responsibility when it reviews applications under Benton County Code to ensure that it's not issuing a conditional use permit that would allow a project to move forward without a legal water source?
That is correct.
Are you aware of any provision in the Benton County Code or FSEC regulations that would allow for a conditional use permit to be issued for development that does not have a legally viable water source?
I mean, unless it was a use that didn't, for a condition, boy, I don't know of any conditional uses that, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go through the CUP list to see if there was anything on there that didn't require water. Certainly, if it does require water, then we would be evaluating, you know, are they under an exemption? Are they under a water right? Are they accessing a community system? Are they near an urban growth area? I mean, there's just a lot of different avenues there. But certainly we wouldn't issue it unless it didn't meet some requirements for water resources.
So then is it fair to say that if the development requires water, then we would not issue a conditional use permit before determining that there is a legal valid water source for that development.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Volkers. Mr. Harper, I think that it was all the scheduled questions in cross and from the other parties. Let me turn back to you at the county and see what other redirect you have, and then we'll go back to Mr. McMahon. And Mr. McMahon, when I come back to you, as we talked about coming back from the break, we need to address whether you wanted exhibits 1055 and 1057 moved to be admitted. So when we come back to you, I'll ask you if that's appropriate or not. And then Mr. Rambrew and Ms. Volkers will come back to you for one more round of any additional cross. Mr. Harper?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wendt, a few questions I want to go through with you. Mr. McMahon spent a fair amount of time drawing comparisons to the Nine Canyon wind farm. You remember that?
Yes, the Nine Canyon Wind Farm, yes.
He asked you whether Nine Canyon Wind Farm was immediately adjacent to urbanized area. You remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
I wonder if you could characterize, Mr. Wendt, a little bit about the proximity of Nine Canyon and rural lands, and then perhaps draw some comparison between that and the resource lands that we're talking about in the Horse Haven Wind Farm vicinity.
Sure. Well, the Nine Canyon facility is approximately 3.5 miles from a designated urban growth area. Under growth management, we have our designated urban growth area boundaries, and then we have our rural lands that are adjoining a designated urban growth area, typically as a transition to then move out into our agricultural lands. Under the state law, you have different levels of rural development that you're allowed. You have the limited areas of more rural intensive development that you'll see the 1 acres or less that are typically established pre-growth management or the early days of growth management. You see a lot of those lots. And then you move into what we have is our RL5 zoning as well as our RL20 zoning. Those are typically hobby type farms. You'll see people with animals, 4-H, FAA, those type of activities going on in there. There's a wide range of different typical single family home type activities. And then you move into our agricultural areas that are not typically hobby farms. Those are our commercial agricultural operations there to make money and make a living doing agriculture. And those are designated by the county in compliance with the state law for long-term commercially significant ag under the GMA.
So just to be perfectly clear, with respect to the Horse Haven Wind Farm, is this council's compatibility criteria, is that keyed to agricultural lands with long-term commercial significance, or is that keyed to rural lands?
I'm having trouble hearing you. I just need to turn this up. I'm going to ask you to repeat that question if I could.
Sure. For this council's consideration of the CUP analysis, is the relevant consideration the compatibility of this project with rural lands or with GMA agricultural lands?
The compatibility test is with our GMA agricultural lands, not with our rural lands. Our rural lands is the transition area.
Is it fair to describe a core and a periphery in terms of your agricultural lands in the Horse Haven vicinity?
Core and the periphery. No, I mean, we've designated 649,000 acres of our GMA lands, and they're all.
Let me approach this a different way. Is the Nine Canyon Wind Farm in the core of your agricultural resource lands in the Horse Haven area?
Yes.
It's no closer to the periphery than Nine Canyon?
They're in the same. No, they're both designated GMA ag, and under the state law.
All right, that's fine. Can you describe then a little bit of the factual distinction in your mind that's relevant to the compatibility consideration by comparing 4.7 with 9K?
Sure. I mean, in addition to the code changes and the way that their approval process are going, certainly the Nine Canyon project, if based upon what limited knowledge I do have of it, was approximately 63 turbines. That were less than 300 feet in height. I think the maximum was I was told was approximately 270, and the project was about 32 megawatts. And this is in comparison to the proposal, which is 1,150 megawatts. So the size, mass is just completely different.
Is the county allowing new residential uses in the GMA AD zoning district?
You can have a single family home on a farm, and you can have, it's an allowed use, it's permitted, it's on the allowable use list. In terms of land development, you can only short plat, and typically the minimum lot size is 20 acres or more. And we do have a little bit of that up on the Clodfelter area. On the edge of our rural land designation, we do have a little bit of that where a farmer is taking his land and under the state exemption of creating 20 acres for a single family home.
I want to focus on Mr. Wint on an exhibit that Mr. McMahon showed you. This was exhibit 1057 underscore X. I wonder if Ms. Massengale can bring that up.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Thank you.
Sure. 1057.
I think Mr. Wendt, he's going to be directing you back to the email exchange in 1057 as soon as that's put up on the screen.
I found it.
Actually, Ms. Massengale had it exactly right. Yeah, it's the email exchange, and then it's page 2 of 3 that I'm interested in. Okay. Mr. Wendt, can you see the sentence that begins in the middle of the paragraph on the screen? And it starts about halfway across. It begins with the words code states.
I'm happy.
I'm sorry?
Would you like me to read that sentence?
Yeah, why don't you go and read that sentence and the following sentence?
The code states the use shall be granted only if the findings of fact can be affirmed and made based upon the evidence presented during the process. As we discussed this morning, for these reasons, we failed to see how the county could provide a certification before the FSEC hearing as to the county's conclusion as to whether or not a CUP would be appropriately issued for this project.
This was your communication to Mr. McMahon of January 11, 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And in that letter or that email, you were telling him that you weren't able to take a position on CUP compatibility at that time.
That is correct.
Would it be appropriate for the county to predetermine an issue like compatibility for a project of this nature based on an informal meeting with Mr. McMahon and Mr. Davis?
Absolutely. I mean, it would be typical to take in an application and then do an evaluation, and at the end of the process, the hearing examiner would determine the compliance with the criteria.
Okay, but I think we crossed wires a little bit. My question was whether or not the county would predetermine the compatibility prior to that step.
Yeah, we would not predetermine an application.
Mr. Wendt, Mr. Mann also asked you if this project would actually displace any land. And I don't think he liked your answer, so we asked you a couple of times, would it displace any land use? Mr. Went, would this project displace almost 11 square miles of agricultural land?
Yes.
Now, we've also talked a little bit about the overall lease boundary, and I understand that there may be differences of opinion regarding the effect of fragmenting that farmland outside of the actual displacement area. I understand. But there's also been testimony that the area of the lease boundary is something like 72,000 acres, or I did the math, 113 square miles. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
In your experience, Mr. Wynn, have you ever seen a single application, whether it's for a conditional use permit or a rezone or a permitted use outright? Have you ever seen any single application that has that kind of scale?
Not even close.
I'd like you to take a look at Benton County Exhibit 2009. Hey, Ms. Massengale is working on that. I'll just pause for a minute here. I'm sorry, Ms. Massengale, I'm asking for 2009.
I apologize. Your sound keeps cutting out when you say the number.
I'm asking for Exhibit 2009, please.
2009. Okay, sorry. Literally every time you say the number, my sound cuts out.
Okay.
So 2000.
We're almost done.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, because my audio doesn't appear to be too great, Mr. Wynn, I wonder if you could read this. Do you recognize this, first of all, to be your testimony?
Yes.
Could you read this, please?
There are no mitigation measures that are sufficient for the permanent loss of such a large percentage of the county's agricultural land, which is the dominant land.
Is that still your position, Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
I have nothing for it.
All right, we're going to come back to Mr. McMahon for any recross. And again, on those exhibits that I asked you about.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we would like to have those two exhibits submitted into evidence. I kind of thought that happened more automatically, but now I understand that's not the way it works.
Yes, thank you. With cross-exam exhibits. Mr. Harper, I know you referred to 1057X, but as to that one and the other cross-examination in 1055, the county have any objections I need to consider?
No objection.
All right, now they're admitted, Mr. McMahon. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional questions for the witness in cross-exam?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aramburu, I'm going to come to you and Ms. Volkers, and then I'll come to the council members to see if these discussions with Mr. Wendt have any questions. So, Mr. Aramburu?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Volkers, anything further?
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
All right, members of the FSEC Council, you've heard Mr. Wendt answer questions from many of our attorneys here. I see Ms. Chair Drew has her hand up.
Thank you, yes. Mr. Wendt, a couple
Yes.
questions for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I heard you talk about 11 square miles that's being taken out of agriculture as you look at the project. Have you been there and seen specifically that the area that's being discussed is planted right now and in agriculture?
I do know that a large percentage, I don't know specifically based upon that boundary if it is. I'm going based upon what was submitted.
Oh, okay, so it's zoned agriculture.
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know if that's actually where roads are already existing within the project site?
In terms of the
11 square miles. Do you know how much is literally, how many of those acres are actually in production of agriculture right now?
I do not know that. No.
Okay. So have you talked to any of the farmers who are leasing their property?
I personally have not. We've just heard from Mr. Wiley.
So from Mr. Wiley's perspective, does he think that this will help or hurt his agricultural production economically?
He stated that it would.
It would what?
He stated that it would benefit him.
Okay, so in terms of a person whose property is involved in this project, that person has said that it would benefit him to keep his property in agriculture.
That would be my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Then in terms of the is it the Nine Canyon project? I've heard you I'm a little confused as to whether or not you know about the Nine Canyon project or not, because when Mr. McMahon was asking you questions, you said that you didn't know anything about it, and yet when Mr. Harper asked you, you compared the Nine Canyon project to the impacts of, so which is it?
I do know that I knew the size of it, but I don't know any of the details about how the process it went through.
So as your job in looking and reviewing projects, is this the only wind project in Benton County that you're aware of?
The
Nine Canyon?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So you didn't go back and research that at all
No.
when Scout came up? You didn't want to hear or see why the mitigated determination of non-significance? You didn't read through any of the water requirements at that time?
I personally have not, no.
So you wouldn't care what was decided in the Nine Canyon wind project in order to use it as any kind of precedent to Horse Heaven, because it's not anything similar.
It's not a permitted use. It was a conditional use. I
Correct,
was
and this is a
comparing it.
conditional use, so they are the same.
The criteria for this permit is permitted uses, not conditional uses.
So Nine Canyon was a permitted use?
Nine Canyon was issued as a conditional use.
Right, so they're the same.
But the correct.
Right, they're both conditional uses.
They're both conditional uses.
Okay, okay.
But the
I just
criteria
wanted to get that straight.
the criteria is a permitted use. Is what you judge it by.
But you didn't look at all about how the hearing examiner reviewed or made determination on Nine Canyon because it has nothing to do with Horse Heaven, from your opinion.
It may have something to do with it, but I didn't review it.
Ah, okay. So you don't know whether the water resources used for Nine Canyon, how they went about that?
I don't.
And you don't know about the fire plan or how they developed that?
None. No.
So an existing wind project next door has not been used for comparison in your analysis for this project?
I reviewed it against permitted uses.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Mr. Levitt, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Wendt. My name is Eli Levitt. I'm a section manager at the Department of Ecology and the FSEC council member for ecology. I just wanted to clarify one thing in Exhibit 2009. You say that the change cannot be mitigated for, or I'm sorry, I don't have the language right in front of me. But is that statement from the time when you believed 72,000 acres would be impacted, or from your earlier statement, you were discussing with one of the attorneys that 6,000 something acres would be permanently impacted. I guess I'm wondering if that statement's based on a certain number of acres from your perspective.
No, it's based upon the use. The use of the project, the size scope of the project.
Okay.
And I mean, the based upon the size, scope, location of the project, and its relationship back to the permitted uses of meeting the CUP criteria, there are and have been no conditions presented that can help this project comply with that criteria.
And let's say this is hypothetical. This was a much smaller wind project on scale with like 9 Canyon. Are there any mitigation options for a proponent in your mind?
Well, the
that would be
county
acceptable.
Sure, the county did remove these from as a conditional use permit option because there are no abilities to create conditions to the CUP criteria for large scale projects not related to agriculture.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Chair Drew?
So just following up on my colleague, when did the county remove wind projects as a conditional use? Before the
2021.
application to FSEC or after the application to
It was
FSEC?
after.
Right, so it's not relevant to our consideration. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do any other council members have a question they want to pose to Mr. Wendt? All right, I don't see any others popping up. Mr. Harper, in fairness, I want to come back to you if there's any redirect after hearing Chair Drew's and Councilmember Levitt's questions.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wendt, unless there's others that want to speak up now that have questions for you.
Your
Not
Honor.
here. Oh, Ms. Volkers, thank you.
Sorry to jump back in here, but I would like to clarify one part for myself at least, if not for the council. Mr. Wendt, even if that change in 2021 to remove wind development from the conditional use permit list had not happened, would what does the county code still require either the county or FSEC to apply the same criteria in comparing a conditional use against permitted uses? Would that actually fundamentally change the analysis that's required here under the conditional use regulations?
Well, that based upon the when they applied, that is the requirements. If subsequently in 2021, after they had already applied with FSEC, the county went and changed the rules, and they would not be eligible to apply for a conditional use permit at this location since subsequent of the rule change. Did that answer your question? I don't know if it did.
I think it did, but just so I'm clear, your testimony in this case is based upon the law that was in place at the time of the application.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, anyone else need a clarification? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wendt. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Let me shift back to the parties then. We've had all the witness testimony we anticipated today. Let's shift a little bit to what we can tell the council to anticipate for tomorrow, as well as that will help Ms. Massengale and the rest of staff get exhibits prepped and the rest of things for Tuesday's proceeding. It looks like we're going to have one witness at 9 o'clock with Ms. Cook, cross-examination from the applicant, from Mr. Aramburu on behalf of TCC, and then Ms. Volkers, you on behalf of the Yakima Nation. That's estimated council members to be from 9 a.m. until 10:40. It sure sounds like we're going to not have, I think, the agreement witnesses that Ms. Perlmutter was geared up to cross-examine. That would be the Jansen and Ramig testimony and her redirect on those. So I'm thinking we'll have a fairly short day tomorrow unless parties can make a proposal to bring another witness over. They may have some discussions offline tonight, and if they're able to identify a witness that makes sense to present tomorrow to preserve the time left, they'll let us know in the morning, and I'll let you know when we come on at 9 o'clock, with the understanding that if that's a surprise, you may not have reviewed their direct testimony, and we might just simply take a break to allow you to skim it and refamiliarize yourself before we present any surprise witnesses that are not on tomorrow's schedule. They'd be somebody you've received testimony from, but there may be none, but I'm anticipating maybe folks will circle the wagons tonight and just see who might be available that makes sense to take out of order tomorrow to preserve time later. I'm going to do a quick round robin with the parties just to see if there's anything else they need all of us as a group to know. And then I'll reconvene with them at 8:30 tomorrow morning. For the applicant, anything else on the proceedings that we need to know and the council members need to know?
Your Honor, based on the latest we have heard from Ms. Perlmutter, I would ask if it's possible for you to let us know your position, and we can arrange for the schedule on Wednesday as well. Because if, based on our current understanding of Ms. Perlmutter's health, she's also not going to be available to question anyone on Wednesday, this morning of the 16th. So if Your Honor, if we're required to proceed with Mr. Jensen and Mr. Ramig's testimony on that day, we'll need to frankly scramble over the next day to schedule more sessions with them and regroup on our end. So I'd appreciate if you're able and the parties are able to just decide whether that proposed schedule is workable for Wednesday as well.
My understanding from our discussion previously was that we were going to move all that testimony to next Friday. And so I'm not anticipating the Ramig testimony and possibly even the MacIver testimony to go forward on Wednesday morning, but I'm still looking for better ways to use that time rather than to attempt to rush everything on Friday, the 25th.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Harper, from the county's perspective, anything?
Nothing further from Kevin. Thank you.
Ms. Reineville?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Aramburu?
I guess this is almost purely a procedural question. We have some material on the FSIC website from the FAA, 3 letters that are there that talk about disturbance. Would those be considered a part of the adjudication? And can we refer to them?
You'd have to direct me to where they are on the FSIC website and how they got there. I just don't know if there's a sponsoring party at this time, Mr. Aramburu, if those are some other public comment.
They're under the federal kind of coordination section. I think the parties know where that is. I don't know that they need a sponsoring witness. They're agreements between the applicant and the FAA. So the question is, can we refer to those for testimony purposes and for hearing purposes?
Mr. McMahon, does the applicant have an objection to that? If it's on file with an agreement with FSEC, I'm not sure if that's part of the SEPA process or some other part of the permitting process. I honestly, Mr. Aramburu, don't read everything that's on the FSEC website. So Mr. McMahon, if maybe you can help dial in as to what Mr. Aramburu is referring to, I can give you a better opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am not entirely sure about what Mr. Ramb is referring to either, although I think what I'm hearing is there a public record, and if that's the case, then I don't think there's an issue here. But if there's something else that I'm just not understanding, I'd like the opportunity to assess that with my client.
All right, because Mr. Ramber, if it is a public record, I don't see why you couldn't refer to it. And if there is something to direct the council to where it is or Ms. Massengale so that it can be facilitated during the hearing when it comes up, I don't see a problem, but I'm not going to waive anybody's right to object if it does come up and it appears irrelevant or out of context from wherever it is on the website as applied to Horse Heaven. I don't know what else to tell you at this time, but it sounds like likely you can refer to it, and we'll just see what the other council's reaction is at that time.
So to direct the parties, the adjudication website for the Horse Heaven project has has a section called Federal Activities, which include 3 agreements between the Department of Defense and the applicant regarding the wind turbines. And the most recent one is January 20 of 2023. So that would be the documents or that document that I would reference. We don't have to decide it today. But I just wanted to alert the parties that we may want to reference that.
All right, I'll take a look at that, Mr. Ramber. Thank you. Ms. Volkers, anything else from the Yakima Nation today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just would really encourage all the parties and Your Honor to reconsider putting all 6.4, I just did the math, 6.4 estimated hours of wildlife testimony on Friday. So I would continue to ask that we have some reasonable middle ground here where perhaps Mr. McIver still goes on Wednesday, or one of the witnesses, since Ms. Perlmutter's role was simply for redirect on Scout's witnesses. And also I would just like to flag that while I certainly as the one who suggested we have a half day on August 23rd, I'm not trying to make everyone sit through a full day and then public testimony, but I do want to flag that as also another spot where one of the wildlife witnesses could be slotted into. So I remain very concerned about pushing at least a full day's worth of testimony to Friday, since wildlife impacts really are a significant portion of what's been raised in this adjudication.
I assure you, Ms. Volkers, I will do my best, and I have the same time management fears that you do. So I'm going to continue to just manage the best I can, and according to attorney and witness availability. We'll re-engage on that tomorrow morning at 8:30 and see where we can go from there. But I do share your concerns, and I want to make sure we get all of the evidence before the council as part of the adjudication. You've definitely been heard on that, and I think all the other nodding heads on my screen say, yes, we hope this will all work out. All right, it is now 3:36. We'll adjourn the hearing for today and see everybody back on screen at 8:30 tomorrow. And I will get back to work on some of the other pending motions and other things that you're waiting to hear on. Somewhere this morning in the course of things, Mr. Aramber, you should have seen come across the list of the public, or the list of the members of the public's pre-filed testimony that I've designated as public comment. So those witnesses, I don't think that you had them listed in any case, but now that's formally out there for you and the other parties to know. So that's the one thing that developed overnight that got published this morning. All right, thank you all. We're going to go dark here. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning.